City Council. Today's date is September 19th, 2024. This is a land use hearing. Keelan, please read the item.
Mayor, may I call the roll first?
Yes, actually, you should do that. Please call the roll. Thank you.
Thank you. Gonzalez.
Here.
Epps.
Here.
Rubio.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here.
Item 812, consider appeal by Music Portland against the hearings officer's decision to approve with conditions a conditional use and adjustment review for a new concert venue in the Central East Side.
All right, first up, City Attorney will give us some information about today's hearing. Good afternoon.
Now you're on.
Now I am? Okay. All right. First, I'm going to do the statement of conduct, then I'll do the specific land use proceedings.
Sure.
Welcome to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with council can be found on the council clerk's webpage. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes unless the presiding officer states otherwise, and your microphone will be muted when your time is over. The presiding officer preserves order. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony should address the matter being considered. When testifying, state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. If you are a lobbyist, identify the organization you represent, and virtual testifiers should unmute themselves when the council clerk calls your name. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to turn to the specific land use proceedings. This is an evidentiary hearing. This means you may submit new evidence to the council. Excuse me. This is an on-the-record hearing. This means you must limit your testimony to the materials and issues in the record. For on-the-record hearings, I would like to announce several guidelines for those who will be addressing City Council today. The evidentiary record is closed. Again, This is an on-the-record hearing. This hearing is to decide only if the hearings officer made a correct decision based on the evidence that was presented to it. This means you must limit your remarks to arguments based on the record compiled by the hearings officer. You must refer to evidence that was previously submitted to the hearings officer. You may not submit new evidence today that was not submitted to the hearings officer. And if your argument includes new evidence or issues, you may be interrupted and reminded that you must limit your testimony to the record. Council will not consider new information and it will be rejected in the City Council's final decision. Objections to new evidence. If you believe a person who has addressed the City Council today improperly presented new evidence or presented a legal argument that relies on new evidence that is not in the record, you may object to that argument. Objection to new issues. Finally, under state law, only issues that were raised before the hearings officer may be raised in this appeal before the City Council. If you believe another person has raised issues today that were not before the hearings officer, you may object to the Council's consideration of the issue. The applicant must identify constitutional challenges to conditions of approval. If the applicant fails to raise constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval with enough specificity to allow council to respond, the applicant will be precluded from bringing an action for damages in circuit court. The mayor will now address other preliminary matters.
All right, first of all, do any members of the council wish to declare a conflict of interest? No council members are declaring a conflict of interest. Do any council members have ex parte contacts to declare or information gathered outside of this hearing to disclose? Commissioner Mapps?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I have confirmed with the attorney's office that this date does not technically fall into the requirement, out of an abundance of caution, I would like to declare that I have one ex parte communication I would like to disclose. On April 18th, 2023, I was in a joint meeting with Commissioner Rubio, Stan Pinkin, and Brad Malson. One of the 4 items on the agenda was the possibility of a Live Nation concert venue in the Central East Side. As this is an on-the-record hearing, I am not considering any new evidence in making my decision and reject the substance of those communications as new evidence in the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Mapps. Anybody else? Commissioner Rubio?
I have some related communication I'd like to disclose. As the Commissioner in charge of Prosper Portland from January 2023 until July 1st, 2024, I was aware of Prosper's involvement with this project and their ongoing conversations with the development team. I received updates from Prosper staff during this time, the vast majority of which occurred in 2023, months before the land use application was submitted. The information included an introductory briefing from Prosper staff in May 2023, shortly after I took over the Bureau, focused on the overall project, which briefly acknowledged the need for a council decision should the required land use application be appealed. And I periodically received very brief verbal updates on the status of the project from Prosper in the following months. In April 2023, I also attended a meeting with Commissioner Mapps that included a representative from Beam Development, where we discussed several economic development opportunities in the Central City, one of which was the development of a music venue in the Central East Side. And in August 2023, I received a letter from OMSI expressing their support for this venue. Similarly, my staff attended a listening session hosted by Music Portland, which I believe was held last September. And again, this was almost entirely before the land use application was submitted, but wanted to be transparent about that. More recently, my staff did respond to a request for a meeting with the appellant in the past few weeks to discuss their proposal for an alternate venue in Lloyd, and has had some recent conversations with the applicant team. However, I did not participate in those conversations. I was also aware of the existence of various news articles in recent weeks that included some of the perspectives of parties involved in this decision, but did not read the reports in detail. As this is an on-the-record hearing, I am not considering any new evidence in my decision-making and reject the substance of those communications as the new evidence in the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Anybody else? Would anybody like to ask either Commissioners Mapps or Rubio questions about their ex parte communications? Seeing none. Have any members of the council made any visits to the site involved in this matter? I will disclose I've been to the site before, but not in the context of this discussion. Commissioner Mapps.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I live in Buckman. This is I pass through this area quite often. It's on my running route, so every couple of weeks I pass through, but I don't go visit this site as part of the issue before us.
Right. Anybody else? Commissioner Ryan?
Yeah, numerous visits to that site. It used to be a village, if you will, that wasn't governed, it wasn't staffed, and when we cleaned it up under my jurisdiction.
Okay. Anybody? Commissioner Gonzalez?
I've made a number of visits to the site, not for purposes of this deliberation.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubio?
I have routine familiarity with the site, but did not do a site visit for the purposes of this.
All right, thank you. Does anybody present in the council chamber wish to ask any of the commissioners about their observations on the site or to rebut those observations? I'm not seeing anybody. Before we get into the staff report, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the community interest and constructive engagement on the consideration of this project in our city. I also want to clearly restate that the item for consideration by the City Council today is somewhat narrow. City Council is acting as a quasi-judicial body to consider an appeal of a Type 3 land use review. Specifically, on August 14th, 2024, the hearings officer issued a written approval with specified conditions of a conditional use and adjustment review to allow for the construction of a new concert venue on this site in the central east side within an IG1 zone. Subsequent to this hearings officer approval, Music Portland filed an appeal of the hearings officer decision on this matter, which brings us to today's item. As a quasi-judicial body, City Council will decide whether the hearings officer considered the appropriate approval criteria and applied said approval criteria correctly to reach their determination of an approval for the conditional use and review of this project. This is the only narrow legal question at issue today. In our conversation this afternoon, it's important that we maintain an exclusive focus on the consideration of these specific approval criteria and their application by the hearings officer. This item itself is not legislation, and it will not have a direct financial or budgetary impact to the city. State law requires a final decision by council on this land use application by October 4th. With that, should I just go ahead and start with the staff presentation? All right, the staff report. Under our code, you have approximately 10 minutes. If you go over, we will allow the others the same amount of time.
Thank you.
Elin, you're keeping the timer? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just going to share my screen. Okay, good afternoon. I am Andy Galizia. I'm a planner with Portland Permitting and Development. As you said, the subject of this hearing is a land use review, a conditional use review, and adjustment review for a new concert venue in the Central East Side, which is classified as a major event entertainment use. And I'm going to summarize the hearings officer's findings and decision that's under appeal today. So this is the subject site outlined in blue. It's on the west side of Southeast Water Avenue between Southeast Salmon and Main Streets. The elevated ramps of the I-5 freeway are immediately to the west of this site. The East Bank Esplanade is immediately to the west of the freeway, and the Hawthorne Bridge is just to the south. So this development site is one of 3 vacant lots on Southeast Water Avenue that have been owned by Prosper Portland. This site and the surrounding area are in the IG1 industrial zone, which requires conditional use review for a major event entertainment use. This is the proposed site plan on the left, and a rendering of the proposed building is on the right. The building would be about 62,000 square feet with room for up to 3,500 spectators. This is a photograph of the subject site from the corner of Southeast Water and Southeast Salmon. This is a view looking north from in front of the subject site along Southeast Water Avenue. And this is a view looking south from in front of the subject site along Southeast Water Avenue, and that's the Hawthorne Bridge in the background there. There are 3 applicable approval criteria for the conditional use review. Criterion A requires that public services are adequate to support the proposal. The hearings officer found this criterion was met based on findings from the city's service agencies, the Portland Water Bureau, the Fire Bureau, the Bureau of Environmental Services for Sewer and Stormwater, the Police Bureau, and the Portland Bureau of Transportation, or PBOT. PBOT found the transportation system was adequate for this proposal in part because a lot of the street parking in this area is primarily used in the daytime and unused in the evenings when the concerts would take place. Criterion B requires the appearance of the development to be consistent with the intent of the industrial zone and with the character of the area. The hearings officer found this criterion was met. The building design is modern, but it does echo some of the design elements from older industrial buildings nearby. For example, there would be suspended canopies with steel cables and concrete and masonry facade materials. Criterion C is about public benefit, and the exact wording of this criterion is important. The approval criterion says public benefits of the proposed use must outweigh any impacts that cannot be mitigated. There is testimony in the record about public benefits from this development related to increased activity in this area in the evenings, and the hearings officer heard testimony in support of the proposal from the Central Eastside Industrial Council and from owners of businesses near the site. But the primary finding for this approval criterion was that there were no impacts that the hearings officer found relevant to this land use review that would not be mitigated. The hearings officer found that this proposal in this location would not negatively impact other land uses in the Central East Side. In addition to the conditional use review, the applicant requested 2 adjustments to zoning code requirements for the project. The first was to allow truck loading to be in the Southeast Main Street right-of-way rather than within the property. And in the site plan in the upper right of this slide, you can see the truck parking area represented on the left side of the building. To be approved, an adjustment request must be consistent with the purpose of the regulation to be modified, with the street classifications, with the desired character of the area, with the purpose of the IG1 industrial zone, and also any impacts from the adjustment must be mitigated to the extent practical. PBOT was supportive of this adjustment to allow truck loading from the right-of-way, in part because this part of Southeast Main Street is a dead end for motor vehicles. The I-5 freeway is immediately to the west of this site. So the hearings officer found that with a condition of approval for the applicant to comply with PBOT regulations on how this loading area will function, that all of the approval criteria for the adjustment were met, that allowing truck loading in the right-of-way in this case was consistent with the surrounding industrial area and would not negatively impact the transportation system. The second adjustment was to reduce the eco-roof requirement that applies to new buildings in the Central City Plan District. The applicant's original proposal was to provide 2,100 square feet of eco-roof, but the applicant revised the eco-roof proposal upward to 4,670 square feet in the open record period after the initial public hearing, and that's the number that the hearings officer ultimately approved. The hearings officer found the proposal was consistent with the purpose of the eco-roof requirement, consistent with the street classifications, desired character, and purpose of the IG1 zone, and that impacts from the reduced eco-roof coverage would be mitigated to the extent practical. The roof area not covered by eco-roof would be painted white to reflect solar radiation and reduce heat island impacts, which is part of the purpose of the eco-roof standard. The planting plan for the eco-roofs has a number of native plant varieties that are especially attractive to pollinators, which is another part of the purpose of the eco-roof standard. The Bureau of Environmental Services had no objections to this adjustment because the stormwater management regulations for the development would still be fully met, and the eco-roofs are supportive of that. And several new street trees would also be planted around the site, which would provide additional shading, cooling, and habitat. There are currently no trees and very little vegetation around this site. So the hearings officer's decision was to approve the conditional use review and both adjustment requests with 5 conditions of approval. First, the building permit plans must be consistent with the land use review plans. Second, the applicant must improve the street rights-of-way adjacent to this site, widening sidewalks and planting street trees. Third, the applicant must get permit approval from PBOT to operate the truck loading area in Southeast Main Street. Fourth, the applicant must implement transportation demand management measures to encourage people to use transportation options other than driving alone. And last, the applicant must work with PBOT to make sure adequate bike parking is available for events. So lastly, I want to briefly touch on some of the objections to this project that were raised to the hearings officer and that are also mentioned in the appeal. There are train tracks 1 block east of this site, and there was an argument that train crossing delays make this site unsuitable for a concert venue. And there was a specific concern that pedestrians could get hurt making unsafe crossings of the train tracks rather than waiting for trains to pass. Train crossing delays may affect employees and visitors to this development, as well as any other existing or future developments in this part of the Central East Side. For example, evidence submitted to the hearings officer mentioned that the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, or OMSI, is on the same side of these train tracks, just a few blocks to the south on Water Avenue. However, the hearings officer found this situation was not the responsibility of the applicant for this land use review, even if individuals could make unsafe decisions in the future. The hearings officer accepted PBOT's findings about transportation concerns, and transportation staff are here today in case there are questions about their review. The next objection was that the business practices of Live Nation, which is the intended operator of the venue, should be considered in the land use review. The hearings officer found that the choice of tenant was not relevant to any of the approval criteria for the land use review. His decision was focused on the characteristics of the new development and use in relation to impacts on the surrounding area. And the hearings officer also noted that the operator of the music venue could change over the life of the building. Another objection was that truck parking in Southeast Main Street would block the street, and that truck movements getting in and out of the loading area would endanger pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. I want to clarify that truck parking was not approved to block any street. South Main Street would still be passable when trucks are parked next to this site. Truck parking and truck movements in streets would be subject to PBOT safety regulations, and again, transportation staff are here today if there are any questions about that. And I want to note that if the truck loading area was on the property rather than in the right-of-way, that would meet the loading standard outright without the need for adjustment, but trucks would still need to maneuver in the street to get in and out of that loading area. And I would also note that since this site is in an industrial zone, an outright permitted industrial use that doesn't require land use review could also bring large trucks to this site. And the last objection I want to mention is about the eco-roof adjustment, that the proposal doesn't provide the benefits intended by the eco-roof standard. The hearings officer approved the eco-roof adjustment because he found the proposal does adequately address the benefits intended by the standard for the reasons I mentioned before. The hearings officer also noted that while many zoning standards explicitly prohibit adjustment requests, the eco-roof standard does allow adjustment requests to be considered, and that suggests an intent in the code that some exceptions to the eco-roof requirement can be approvable through adjustment review. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Colleagues, any questions at this point? Yeah, go ahead.
Stated record the order of testimony. So you just heard the staff report, and now the appellant will go first and have 10 minutes to present their case. And following the appellant, persons who support the appeal will go next, and each person will have 3 minutes to speak. And then the principal opponent, the applicant in this case, will have 15 minutes to address the council and rebut the appellant's presentation. And if there's no principal opponent, well, there is. After the principal opponent, the council will hear from persons who oppose the appeal. Again, each person will have 3 minutes. And finally, the appellant will have 5 minutes to rebut the presentation of the opponent. Council may then close the hearing, deliberate, and take a tentative vote. And the vote's tentative. Council will set a future date for the adoption of findings and a final vote on the appeal.
Thank you. And if you did not understand that, don't worry. We will, at the beginning of all of the testimony, queue people up in the appropriate order for the appropriate time. Keelan, were they under 10 minutes? Thank you. Thank you for your report. We'll now hear from the appellant. The appellant has 10 minutes. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Is there a timer somewhere that I'll be able to see?
Yeah, it'll be right in front of you.
Okay.
Is it up? Can you see it?
I can't see it.
You'll see it.
Oh, now I can.
Okay, great.
Don't start it yet.
I know.
Put that down. Good afternoon, Council. Honorable Mayor, my name is Carrie Richter. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm Bateman Seidel. I haven't been here in a long time. It's nice to see you all in person. I am here today representing the Appellant Music Portland. And Music Portland filed this appeal not only because of the damage Live Nation will do. This venue is in the wrong place. It will invite 3,500 people. Mr. Galizia did not mention that one time. 3,500 people and 250 employees into an industrial area. So when Mr. Galizia talks about trucks that could turn in these areas and block roads today, there aren't 3,500 people down there today. And there will be in the middle of the night in dark, rainy, cold weather. And they're going to be stranded because there'll be a train that will block the tracks for 40 minutes. That's what this is going to look like. This is not a super place to put a venue like this. There is no transit adjacent to this site. Access to transit requires walking 3 to 4 blocks, and there is no study of the ADA accessible sidewalk connections to those bus routes. Not one. The applicant says they did a sidewalk study. Their sidewalk study is from Maine to Salmon on Water, 1 block. And it is from water to the river. Unless you are swimming home, that's going to do you no help. The TIA, the Transportation Impact Study, that the applicant did said that 50% of the concert and attendees will access this site via car. Actually, that's not true. 80% will access via car, 50% will come on their own car, and 30% will use rideshare. That's from the applicant's traffic study. It's table 6. And the applicant's traffic study finds that there are 3 hazardous high crash intersections in this area. Those high crash intersections are Salmon and Water, Water in Hawthorne where you get on the Hawthorne Bridge traveling west, and the I-5 off-ramp at Water and I-5. Those are high crash intersections. All of them have had many crashes, and many of those crashes have included pedestrians or bicyclists. And the applicant notes that. But you want to know how many intersections they're fixing? 1. They're only going to change their own frontage, their own street frontage, and their own sidewalks to address the high crash rates at Water and Salmon. They are making no changes to the I-5 Water intersection, where there will be 20% of all the trips who come to this venue will come through that intersection. That is 20% of 600 cars coming. And exiting the site, 30% of the traffic will use the intersection at Water and Hawthorne Avenue. That's what goes up onto the Hawthorne Bridge. And 30% of the cars coming to this venue will use that road to get out. That's 30% of the private vehicles and in part and the ride shares. And that is 30% of 1,000 vehicles through that high crash intersection. And I'm going to quote what the applicant's traffic study says about those intersections. With more exposure to vehicles, there are more opportunities for crashes to occur. That's on page 10 of their traffic study. They did not study what the impact will be. I'm going to talk about conflicts with trains. In their most recent letter, the applicant claims there are 3 reasons why the hearings officer got it right about not worrying your little head about trains. There are options to access transit if the tracks are blocked. That is true if you are able-bodied to go upstairs to get on the bus on top of the viaduct on the Morrison and Hawthorne Bridge. If you cannot get to transit if the train is blocking the tracks. Second reason, transportation demand management plan. This is what applicants' favorite get out of jail free is. I promise I'm going to get people to do the right thing. Trust me. And so the transit demand management plan, if you take a look at it, says 3 things. It says, first, we're going to talk more people into doing transit. We're going to promote ride shares. We're going to do more transit. Doing more transit doesn't do anything for trains. We're talking about trains. You get more people to take transit, more people are blocked. Transit demand management plan says we're going to do more lighting. We're going to do more lighting. And not only is there going to be more lighting, the neighboring properties, when they redevelop, will do the lighting. So it's not on us. They'll do the lighting. And then the third thing that the Transportation Demand Management Plan is going to do is going to wait for public facilities projects put on by the City of Portland and by other public agencies. 0 mention of trains. Not a single mention of trains. third reason the applicant says they're going to do something is they say train crossing delay will be an average of 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Now, you need to unpack that a little bit and take a look at the train study and the applicant's TIA. They did a 24-hour survey of train activity and found that between 4 p.m. and 12 a.m. there were 6 freight trains and 2 passenger trains. The freight train delay had an average downtime of 10 minutes. This means there were trains that blocked the tracks for more than 10 minutes because it's an average. Then the trains that cross, the way they got the average was they averaged the freight trains with the passenger trains. You want to know how fast the passenger trains are? 45 seconds. So it gets the average down to 3 minutes. So there's no problem. No problem at all. And when you look at the timing for when passenger trains pass and when freight trains pass, many more freight trains pass later at night. And there is testimony in the record that freight trains in the middle of the night often sit there for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And there's testimony in the record that people are going to spend hundreds of dollars to go to these concerts. This will mean the world to a young person to see their favorite band. And they're going to park consistent with the traffic study, on the other side of the tracks, because half of the parking that is identified in the parking study is on the other side of the tracks. And then they're not going to be able to get to see their band. And they're going to sit there, and they're going to watch a train sit there. And they're going to think, I can cross. Or their friends are going to get each other to cross. And then the train's going to start, and something's going to happen. And somebody's going to get hurt, or they're going to get killed. And you know what? Somebody's going to come to you in a few years complaining about how they can't get to their concerts. And they're spending money for these concerts and they can't get there. Or worse yet, a parent comes and their child has been injured or killed because you let this go in the wrong place. Regarding mitigation, the applicant has an obligation to mitigate. They have an obligation to mitigate the impacts that they have. The TIA says that the City of Portland will initiate a study to consider an advance warning to avoid railroad delay system, which I understand is sort of like TripAdvisor or Waze for trains. And you can look and it'll tell you whether there's a train there. If that technology exists, why isn't the applicant putting it in? They are coming down here into this location. They have to mitigate for 3,500 concert attendees and 250 employees. Finally, I want to talk in my remaining time. I have 1 minute, right? Sorry. In my remaining time, I want to talk quickly about public benefit. And I want to read for you exactly what the criterion says. Public benefits of the proposed use outweigh any impacts that cannot be mitigated. The applicant has said, we got to focus on land use. We got to focus on land use. You can't look at don't look at who's behind the screen. Don't look at, what's making this all happen. Don't pay attention to that. And I'm going to point out something from the Johnson Economic Study. It says, quote, the lessee and operator of this facility will be Live Nation, a global entertainment company that promotes, operates, manages ticket sales for live entertainment. The group also owns Ticketmaster. Live Nation's dominant position in the industry provides significant competitive advantage in booking and artists and events. That opens the door to this discussion. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I look forward to talking to you further at rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions at this point? We have supporters of the appellant, and that means if you agree with what you just heard, your time to testify is now. And Keelan has the list.
Right, we have 38 people signed up. I will call people 3 at a time. When you hear your name, please come and have a seat at the table. First up, we have Timothy Wilson, Jesse Valencia, and Sherry Jameson.
Let's get up 38. So we'll do right during that time.
Likely. Yeah. Hello, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and start? Name for the record, please.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this appeal. My name is Tim Wilson. I own Starlet Farm, which is a small artist management and development practice here in Portland. Before that, for 25 years, I served as executive director of Western Arts Alliance, which is a regional performing arts market and service organization that's been based here in Portland since 2004. And I'm here today to ask that the council uphold Music Portland's appeal on the land use permit because it does not meet the public benefit criteria. And I'm going to continue to speak on issues of public benefit. Live Nation has a long, well-documented history of anti-competitive behavior. Live Nation has a 60% share of the U.S. concert and events market in this country. It meets the classic definition of a vertical monopoly with business operations and artist management, ticketing, touring, promotion, venue operations, and more. And hello, Live Nation is being sued by the Department of Justice and 40 states, including Oregon, for its anti-competitive practices. It feels a bit like we're in a horror movie with the lovable dad, Portland public officials kind of at the front door of the house, asking the vampire into the house, while the knowing but underestimated teenagers, Portland's music scene, are screaming in the background, trying to stop dad from inviting catastrophe. I have two observations about public benefit regarding yesterday's Prosper Portland Board of Commissioners meeting. One, the 11th hour pivot from the long-term lease to sale to the local developers by the staff's own admission was an effort to improve the optics of the deal, to make it look more palatable to the public because they're concerned about the impact on the public. The staff's comprehensive brief on the deal's rationale and benefits was notably silent on the DOJ lawsuit. This lack of transparency in such a significant decision is troubling. If this is such a good deal, why pivot to a sale at the last second to make the deal look better to the community? And why pretend that Live Nation is just another corporate partner? I ask that you uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Jesse Valencia.
Hello. Commissioner Maps, Commissioner Rubio, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Gonzalez, and Commissioner Ryan. Thank you for having me here today. Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Valencia. I am an Indigenous Yaqui musician, author, and filmmaker, and I am also a member of Music Portland's Music Policy Council. I'd like to point out for the record that in 2022, the Willamette Week reported that Prosper Portland cleared a BIPOC homeless camp from the lots in question to make way for a development deal with Beeman Colas to build this Live Nation venue. Prosper Portland sold that land to Beeman Colas as of yesterday with minimal public input. Live Nation is currently under investigation by the DOJ in 40 states for monopolistic predatory business practices. One of those practices is the intimidation of competitors. I want to bring to the attention of this council that Live Nation and their partners, Jonathan Maslin of Beam Development and Andrew Colas of Colas Development, have tried to bully and intimidate Music Portland, as well as several candidates running for office in November. They've portrayed us as anything from passive participants in this development to radical extremists. Neither are true. Pages 34 through 36 of the DOJ lawsuit my colleague Tim mentioned show that Live Nation has used these intimidation tactics before in other cities as a means to bully their competition into submission. But in Portland, their competition is the independent music community, which contributes $3 billion annually to Oregon's economy and employs tens of thousands of people, many of whom are here with me today and my colleagues on the Music Policy Council. It's deeply concerning to me as an Indigenous person that Colas and Beam on Live Nation's behalf have resorted to these divisive tactics at the expense of the BIPOC community just so they can make a return on their investment while portraying themselves as heroes apparent of the Central East Side. I urge this council to consider the DOJ lawsuit, the rushed land sale that occurred just yesterday, and the intimidation tactics being leveraged right now against Portland's music community, as well as several candidates running for office this November by Live Nation when deciding if this is the best use of this land. I pray that for the sake of civility, that those tactics are not on display today. At the end of the day, before moving forward with this development, before Portlanders have had their say, especially with an important election approaching, would be a serious mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley Barnes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Chelsea Morgan.
Sherry Jameson.
Oh, Sherry Jameson, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Sherry Jameson. I'm a lifelong musician, an arts and nonprofit consultant, a volunteer member of Music Portland's Music Policy Council, and new executive director of the Alberta Abbey, a nonprofit venue in Northeast Portland. It is rare that there is a decision where your values are on display. And to have an opportunity to share clearly what I stand for and what I care about and what we stand for and what we care about as citizens of Portland. I am unapologetically for artists. I'm unapologetically for the health of our music ecosystem and the many independent venues, festivals, and promoters who work tirelessly to keep our city vibrant and provide a clearly demonstrable community and public benefit. I do not agree with the required public benefit for this conditional land use, that it will be met or that it will mitigate the harms caused to the music community by this venue. And you cannot ignore that Live Nation as the tenant and their anti-competitive practices will not harm our local community. As you see here, that community has showed up today. Your constituents are standing before you and begging you to choose the music community and Portland's public benefit over corporate interests. So we're asking you today, what do you stand for? And today we implore you to and urge you to support the appeal of this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea Morgan, Ashley Barnes, and Ray Haggerty. Jason Restaka, Ben Jameson, David Lycan.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ben Jameson. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you for your consideration. I am part of the music economy here because I support it with my dollars and I support it with my time. I recently gave up my Labor Day weekend and the weekend before to volunteer for the Montebello Jazz Festival, an example of the independent Portland music industry that actually is a public benefit. A few weeks before the event, several of us, including the executive director of the Montebello Jazz Festival, got together to clean up outdoor spaces that were going to be used as venues. That is a public benefit. A company, an event that brings people together to make the city cleaner and nicer for everyone. Can you imagine the executive team of Live Nation picking up trash in Portland? While we were doing this, people were walking down the street shouting, "Oh, is the music festival today? I can't wait. Oh, it's next week. Oh, fantastic." So many people in the community excited to come together and experience the live music that this independent, vibrant ecosystem creates. When it came time for the festival itself, I volunteered to run one of the many venues that were receiving benefit, not being competed against, but having artists and patrons brought to them as part of this festival. I talked to people from Southern California who were visiting the festival. I talked to somebody from as far away as Kentucky who had come to the festival, bringing their dollars to a local Portland community. And all the while I'm thinking, well, what's gonna happen if Live Nation comes in with their radius clauses? And now I know there's apparently promises that they are going to let go of this practice, which is what has helped them become a multi-billion-dollar behemoth. But you have to ask yourself if you really believe that. And if they do, are they really going to let their landlords see their confidential artist contracts to verify that they don't have those radius clauses in place? And even if they do, can you imagine Beam just canceling the lease because they violated the agreement? I certainly can't. And I know you can't either. The music economy here brings people together. And maybe that is one of the public benefits that Live Nation actually brought here. It brought community together. It brought community together against this venue. It brought people out who have never testified before, who are committed and participating in their government for the first time. The question is that going to be a benefit because you listen to the voice of your constituents? Or is it going to be a negative because they believe, well, you know, the decision was already done. Clearly, we weren't listened to, just like they weren't listened to at the hearing yesterday where the land was sold, where members of the committee said, gosh, I sure hope we don't live to regret this decision before the decision was made. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration, your support of this community.
Because I'm hearing a theme and I want to reality check myself with legal counsel. So this is a land use hearing, just to be clear. And so the council acting as a quasi-judicial body, this is not like a typical city council item. We are acting as a legal body to evaluate the decisions of the hearings officer as it specifically pertains to code. In other words, was it reasonable that the hearings officer followed the code, made decisions based on the code? The question of whether we like the person is separate. And here's why. If city council started deciding we like you, but we don't like you, that's where justice is not served. So there's been some mention, for example, if I may ask legal counsel, of federal potential antitrust actions against the applicant. Is that relevant to this conversation?
So I'm pulling up the code with the criteria.
You don't need to
Yeah.
give me an answer off the, but it is a question that I will be interested in.
Okay.
Because I realize there is federal jurisdiction over antitrust matters, and if the federal government concludes that there was an antitrust violation, there are federal remedies that they could pursue. But that is not the work of a city council. Right now, our work is focused narrowly on the question of the land use. And I have plenty of things I would love to say, but I cannot, because this was brought as a land use appeal to this body. So we are acting within our legal requirements as an adjudicating body around a land use question. So I just want to be really, really clear.
May I respond since it looks like that was directed to me?
It was, yes, and you may,
Okay.
of course. Yes.
I don't believe that I was intending to say that federal legislation is something that should be considered. But if we're looking specifically at the land use piece, the clarification of my statement is that you cannot say public benefit is not a consideration because we're looking at this 1 or 2 square blocks when their radius clause is 200
Fair
miles.
enough. And another question that we will ask at the end is what is the legal definition of public benefit? Because I think it's being broadly interpreted, but I think for the purposes of land use decisions, it's narrower than that. And I could be wrong, but we.
Want me to hold off?
Go ahead, if you know the answer.
So, well, just the criteria, one of the criterion that folks are referring to is the public benefits of the proposed use outweigh any impacts that cannot be mitigated. And so that is a criterion that the hearings officer considered. It's proposed use, not user. And so historically, the way that's, Andy and I spent time looking at prior land use decisions, and the way that's been interpreted is the use, which here is a music venue, not the tenant. Does the benefit of that use outweigh the impacts that cannot be mitigated? And impacts traditionally are in the land use context: transportation impacts, stormwater impacts, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate everything you've said, and I appreciate the dialogue. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is David Lyken. I retired recently after 52 years in the ticketing and concert business. My companies were Fred Meyer Fast Ticks in the 90s, Double T Concerts, Roseland Theater. I operated the Paramount Theater here in Portland and in Seattle for a time. We produced nearly 10,000 shows. Live Nation Ticketmaster is being sued by the U.S. Justice Department and our state for very good reasons. They are breaking the law. Simple as that. I have testified with both the Justice Department and the Attorney General's Office of the State of Oregon in these cases. About 3.5 years ago, I asked for a meeting with Prosper Portland about the idea of a music venue at the end of Coote Street at the soon-to-be vacated University of Oregon properties. The plan was to redo the two properties into 2,500 to 3,000 capacity music venue. There were dedicated development funds available specifically for Old Town at the time, $57 million. I stressed that we would not need anything more than $25 to $30 million of low-interest loans, and that the University of Oregon Foundation was a likely partner in the deal. I also stressed that I would put $5 to $10 million of our money into the situation. I pushed for a second meeting, and the ensuing result was that it never happened. Not long after that time, I was told about the venue option that is before you today. This led me to believe that Prosper Portland had already put the venue on track. The other thing that made me very little sense to me was how and when had that other project morphed into a venue, and who allowed that to happen. But now here we are, looking at a project that puts our city in a very questionable partnership with an entity that is being sued by the U.S. Justice Department, and rightfully so, as well as our own state. There are now 40 states suing Live Nation Ticketmaster for unfair, unethical, illegal, and predatory trade practices. This lawsuit imperils any agreements that may be signed and negotiated. These companies may be broken up or impacted in ways that could jeopardize financing, agreements with banks, and other financial institutions. How will Beam and Colas guarantee the necessary performance of payments if the financing is impacted by the many lawsuits? Under these circumstances, moving forward with this project is imprudent. With Live Nation, Ticketmaster is simply wrong and reeks the lack of sensible oversight. To reward their illegal, unethical, and predatory behavior with a path to a new venue in Portland that will result in a virtual takeover of our concert market should be stopped now. It will negatively impact numerous local businesses as well as our performing arts centers. What is impossible to believe is how it got this far. Who is looking out for the people of Portland, our taxpayers, and our consumers? It appears that it is now no one, and certainly not Prosper Portland.
Thank you.
Jason Estaka online. Jason, you're muted.
Hello, Council. Thanks for having me. My name is Jason Reistica. I am an independent booking agent for the last 15 years. I am a concert production worker for the last 20 years, and I've been a musician in the city of Portland for the last 25 years. I'm also an international tour manager, so I have dealt with Live Nation in many different cities and many different markets. I've watched Live Nation come in and take over a market that they end up buying in a venue or building a venue, and they are able to outbid anybody in the whole entire market on shows. Like, they're able to charge whatever they want to charge, and they will pretty much come in and dominate a market, and it's not very artist friendly. It's not consumer friendly. And I'm concerned that if this venue is approved, they will come in and they will dominate the market. They will, at that point, affect a lot of the other venues that a lot of my friends and family work at Edgefield, Roseland, Crystal Ballroom. And it won't stop there. Once they come in and have a 3,500 cap, it will end up becoming what's the next step, like 1,000 cap, 600 cap, and they'll end up controlling the market. I've seen it happen in Denver. I've seen it happen in Austin. I've had to deal with it for many years in my career, and wanted to close out by saying that I actually work in the neighborhood for the last 20 years, like that they're putting this venue in. And one concern that I have is there are a lot of car break-ins. And if there's going to be 3,500 cars just parked all over the area, I think that it's just going to open up a big wave of car break-ins, and we can't get a very good response, you know what I mean, for like the police to come out and help deal with this problem. Like non-emergency, will hardly take the calls, and I think that's a big concern because I think a lot of vehicles are going to get broken into, like with having that many people down in that area, and I'm concerned about young people's safety as well.
Thank you, Jason.
Next up, we have Renee Muskies, Alex Blosser, and Abel Malone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I support the appeal of this land use permit as an active musician and as director of operations of Music Portland. Aside from the obvious traffic dangers and this land use permit imposes, the cost of Live Nation's unfair business practices in our music community far outweighs the economic opportunities they bring. You've already heard a lot, so I won't go on so much about Live Nation, but I will say that I encourage you to Google them. I encourage you to Google how they cheated the Met owner in Philadelphia of concert proceeds, how the city of Atlanta audited Live Nation due to community concerns over their lease agreement at Lakewood Amphitheater. Just weeks ago here in Portland, they violated noise code for unapproved fireworks at their concert in Providence Park. Their decibel level for the concert itself far exceeded the level. And when the city asked them to meet with them about it, they snubbed the city about it. Live Nation doesn't care about local businesses. And I will say, I don't think that they even care about beam development or coalesce construction because they breach contracts. And I am actually concerned that they will breach a contract with local developers. I want to add that this project, the eco-roof concession on this project related to the land use permit, it seems anti-environmentalist. And the reason I say that is, why is it that Live Nation wouldn't have the money to cover that? Why would we want concessions for that? Same thing about the bike racks. Why wouldn't we have bike racks for this, when that seems like this is $1 billion company that's coming in here to operate in our city? It's anti-music community because Live Nation is known to cause small venues to close and closes doors for smaller artists. So if the environmentalists and the cyclists and the music community have been ignored here, then what's left of Portland? Because those are the people that make Portland special. That is what is Portland. I want to add that yesterday at the Prosper Portland meeting, even one of the counselors last night said, I'd like to see a musician in support of this project. If so, they aren't in this room. No musicians in this room tonight or today support this project. So I urge you to please appeal this land use permit because of the bad actors, because of the way that they have ignored so many communities to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council, Mayor. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name is Alex Blosser. I'm an associate at Strategies 360. I am going to speak specifically today to the relevance of Live Nation's business practices in this land use hearing. And this interpretation of public benefit that somehow ignores how Live Nation actually operates their business is unreasonable and should be rejected. In a land use hearing, you clearly have an obligation to consider how a building will be used. Is that not why we build them? Buildings are not monuments. They're not cavernous tombs we build because they look nice and then we leave them vacant to live our lives. We live our lives in buildings. We spend our lives in them because they make us better people. They make us more fulfilled. And I certainly understand the importance of sometimes separating use and user, for example, with an office building or a retail space. Understandably, City Council cannot make judgments on the tenets of those buildings. However, this concert venue is different, which makes a theoretical view of the potential benefits inappropriate. We know for certain that this will be a music venue, and we know for certain that this venue will be operated by Live Nation. Live Nation's practices are so tightly wound with the use of this venue, the use and user are one and the same. Considering other operators is outlandishly devoid of substance. Live Nation is paying for this. Live Nation is signing agreements with Beam and Colas, and therefore it is only appropriate to consider how Live Nation will operate this venue, which we know, and the harms for this venue that Live Nation will perpetuate. There is no reasonable other user for this venue than Live Nation. AEG is currently pursuing their own venue in Lloyd Center, and Live Nation's business practices have made certain that there is no other venue operator able to operate a venue of this size in our country. Therefore, Beam and Colas cannot claim the potential benefits of this concert venue, and the hearings officer cannot claim the venue provides a public benefit without appropriate recognition of the harms inherent in its operation. Live Nation will not bring that benefit, and this fact is so blatantly clear. Their business practice is so dangerous, so predatory, and so all-consuming that the federal government is attempting to shatter them to save the music industry. I don't think anything can be quite as clear as that. I know this proposal looks tempting, but the costs our city will pay for developing this land cannot be ignored because we will pay them. Portland will lose venues, it will lose musicians, and little by little we will lose the vibrance and joy our scrappy local music scene brought, and when it's gone, we can't bring it back. This is why I urge you to reject or delay this. Thank you.
Abel Malone, Stephen Ungar, Katie Dalziel.
Welcome. You can go ahead and jump in, sir.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Unger. I'm an attorney in Portland. I thank you for having me here today to express a few things about this matter, and I'll try not to be repetitive. A number of things have been said about the lawsuit at the, it's in the District Court of the Southern District of New York, and somebody has said that 40 parties have joined this lawsuit. In May, there were 20 parties, and a couple months later, there were 30, and it was yesterday that another 10 joined, and they're not just any parties, they're states of the United States. So 80% of the United States and the federal government have filed lawsuits, very detailed lawsuits, saying in many words, about 190 pages, I have it here, and as a lawyer, can't help it, I read them, and I really would encourage you to read it as well. I know, Mayor, that you said that looking into the nature of the party here may not be relevant in this case. I would respectfully differ. I would urge the city attorney to take a look at it. I have studied it. My opinion is it's extremely relevant, at least to the extent that there is a choice between voting yes or no on this matter. And that choice is to delay and study it further to answer that question, because if 80% of the attorney generals of the United States have said that this party that you're about to enter into a series of long-term agreements with to impact our city and the citizens of the city, a large number of them, and the infrastructure of the city to this extent, I believe it deserves a very thorough examination of the legal issues, rather than enter into contracts and building and all sorts of other impact, which may have long-term consequences and then all sorts of legal wrangling beyond it. And then look back and say, boy, we could have just delayed for a few weeks or a couple of months maybe, and take a look at this amended complaint. It was filed about 14 hours ago, and 80% of the attorneys general of the United States have said that Live Nation and Ticketmaster have serious, serious problems, anti-competitive behavior, and all kinds of other wrongful conduct, and needs to really be looked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the city attorney a quick question? Mr. Unger, thank you for your testimony. Your recommendation today was that we delay. I am under the impression that that there's certain timelines in play here. Can you?
Oregon law requires that the city makes final decision on an application within 120 days from when it was deemed complete. And that clock runs October 4th is the deadline. And so at this time, the city has to make a final decision before October 4th.
And can you remind us what happens if we miss the deadline?
If the city fails to make a decision and fails to act, the applicant can go to circuit court, and the remedy is if the circuit court finds that the city failed to act within the required timeline, the remedy is the applicant gets an automatic approval and is entitled to attorney's fees.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. My name is Katie Delzell. I'm a film and video producer with Pickathon Music Festival, where I've worked since 2013. I've also worked as a live video director at the Waterfront Blues Festival since 2015, and I've worked as a production manager at the Showdown Saloon on Powell since earlier this year. And I think a lot of what I wanted to say today has kind of been made moot by my own misunderstanding of the purpose of this hearing. And while I agree with what many other people have said, that in this case, the use and the user cannot be separated, I'm going to take Live Nation out of it for a minute. And I'm just speaking for myself personally. I am appalled at the statement saying that it's up to individuals to keep themselves safe down there around the trains. I mean, you're talking about 3,500 people. That's 2.5 crystal ballrooms that are going to be coming out into that area with nowhere to go when that train is traveling. And it's kind of heartbreaking in a town where we have Vision Zero trying to reduce traffic fatalities, traffic injuries, that we're going to plunk this venue down there and say, well, it's up to all 3,500 of those individuals who've been consuming alcohol and enjoying themselves all night. It's up to all of them to keep themselves safe. I mean, what's going to happen when the Waterfront Blues Festival is taking place directly across the river for those 4 days, when you also have fireworks, first responder crews are taxed? There's some real life and death safety stuff here at hand, regardless of the death sentence that this will be to local events and venues, letting Live Nation come in, but just the potential risk to human life, to say that those are individual decisions. What's the statement going to be the first time somebody hops the train and gets injured or killed? I mean, what do we tell people? I think this is really heartbreaking. This is a really tragic proposal for the city of Portland. I think the people who've come up and spoken before me have spoken to a lot of the ways that this is not in the interest of the public benefit, but I'm personally now just dreading the day that this goes in and somebody down there gets hurt or killed because those trains, and there's not space for people to go. I did think it was interesting. Those photos showed the view to the north, the south, but not to the east, right where those tracks are. I don't think this is the place for 3,500 people to be.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brian Conley, Anna Martinez, and John Carter.
Hello again. Brian Conley, City Council candidate in District 3, where this venue is proposed. Today we're here to talk about Live Nation Ticketmaster. I do hear your concerns that you may lack the legal authority to approve this appeal. Until a judge rules, we can't say for certain, and so I would really encourage you to act with what you think is the right thing for Portland. 1 month ago today, the case brought to the DOJ grew to include 40 states. So that's the anniversary. Today is the 1 month that it increased to 40 states. Do we really want to vote yes on this when that's happening? Attorney Merrick Garland said, "We're not here today because Live Nation Ticketmaster's conduct is inconvenient or frustrating. We're here because we allege that conduct is anti-competitive and illegal." I urge you to support Music Portland, but there are other steps you can take. We need to think creatively about solutions. Please direct the city attorney to ask the DOJ and state of Oregon how our city can support this lawsuit. Don't make it easy for an alleged criminal enterprise to gain a foothold in our city. Stand up for Portland's independence and our local artists. Yesterday, Prosper Portland voted to approve the sale of public land to a known bad actor, but that's not the end of the story. Today, you have the chance to use your position on the dais to state unequivocally that Live Nation Ticketmaster is bad for our city. Let's give the recently reacquired Rose Garden a chance to succeed before selling public assets to a bad actor. Don't tie the hands of the next city government and force us to share our home with a criminal actor. Why, when Portland is a beacon for the independent music community and the last major city without a Live Nation Ticketmaster venue, why would you get into bed with an alleged criminal actor facing damning legal complaints? I'll leave you, commissioners, with this question. If a known criminal actor followed the rules, secured permits legally, but you knew said criminal actor was likely to use these permits to further advance their criminal enterprise, how would you respond? Thank you for your time.
Anna Martinez.
Hello. I am Anna Martinez. I am a queer, Latina, disabled woman that has chosen Portland to be my home about 21 years ago. I'm also an artist. I am many things. At core, I am a raver. That neighborhood is filled with people. There are cars parked. It is active at night. I feel that this development is inappropriate. I feel that the studies were done by people who have not actually spent time there. I have tried to call your office to talk about noise complaints twice. I never got a call back. I feel that this whole thing is an inappropriate use of public land. It's also inappropriate to be making this decision before a new city government comes in that it's going to be more responsive to everyday citizens. The people playing and working down there are service industry. We are the people who serve your food and your coffee and take care of your children and cut your hair. We can't afford to travel, so we go out and we dance and we rave and we celebrate. And our ethic is peace, love, unity, respect, radical consent, radical contribution. The people of Portland, right now, your creative service community, are withdrawing their consent. And you need to listen to that. If you don't, otherwise it's on you and it is inappropriate behavior. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Carter.
Hi, my name is John Carter. I operate a small affordable music studio in the neighborhood, so I have a lot of experience coming in and day out to observe the location of this proposed venue. Before I get into that, I'd like to echo the statements of everyone else. I think that, as the saying goes, hindsight is 20/20. And in this case, we don't need years of studies to show that the public good here is non-existent. Inviting Live Nation into this city is not only inviting a wolf into the hen house, but it's putting at risk one of the city's primary economic draws, which is the music and the arts. I don't understand how, from a public goods standpoint and from a business standpoint, how you can put that in jeopardy. It just, I think it really ought to be reconsidered. Getting into the land use, I think I'm someone who, I commute by bike. I go down the Esplanade, and to get to where the studio that I run is, I have to cross those train tracks. So I see this day in and day out, multiple times of day. It's completely inappropriate for a venue. It just makes no logistical sense. I mean, you separate it from like the moral issues involved with inviting Live Nation here. It just does not make any sense for a venue. I also think that I heard before in the preliminary testimony was comparing OMSI's use to the Live Nation venue use. And I think that these are completely different use cases. First of all, OMSI has a parking lot. The second thing, too, is like OMSI is not having 3,500 person events. It's just completely different use cases. I think that cities are organisms. This venue is not an island. There are both things that we can already see collectively that are going to cause problems just for the logistics of the venue. There are also unknown unknowns that we don't even know yet. I think that given that we have a proposed venue at the Lloyd Center area, one that is just logistically makes a lot more sense. And then the second part is that it's dealing with actors that actually have the city's health and benefit in mind. Why go down this road? It just doesn't make sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jordan Krinsky, Andrea Clegg, and Kate O'Brien.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Do you want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, of course. My name is Jordan Krinsky. I've lived in Portland for the last 9 years, and I've been actively performing, hosting, and booking events here for the last 7. Most of that's been like directly in my community through hosting events at my home or in small venues around town, but that also includes performing at some of the smaller and medium-sized venues in town as well, and touring also. The music community here in Portland is where I've found some of the most valuable friendships and where I've had the privilege of growing for most of my adult life through an interconnected community of support through art. It's what brought me to Portland in the first place, and it's what kept me here. That community includes performers, bookers, venue staff, crew, engineers, and a lot of lovers of live music, including myself. These are all Portlanders that stand to be negatively affected by a Live Nation venue coming to Portland. To the point of public benefit, Live Nation has repeatedly gutted music communities like ours with its anti-competitive practices. They've repeatedly demonstrated that with venues of this size and with smaller venues as well. The existence of small venues in places like Portland and elsewhere, and the fact that they're operated by local musicians, is what makes it possible to create a pathway for smaller musicians to ultimately play in these smaller venues and then bigger venues like the ones that are being proposed today. That insight comes from these places being operated by people that live and work in our community. And bringing in an outside actor, I think, is a terrible idea, especially with a lot of the concerns that people have raised today about their antitrust violations and everything else going on. Aside from that, there are a variety of points on access that I think are really important in this particular space. It's an area I've spent a lot of time in. I bike a lot. I bike down the east side Esplanade a lot. And I may have missed something, but there seemed to be a bit of oversight in the Live Nation transportation study, just with the access to the east side Esplanade. a key bikeway in the Central East Side, primarily accessed on Southeast Salmon Street. I'm curious if there are any plans while the building is being constructed for access to the Esplanade. Aside from that, considerations with bike parking and, safe bike parking in that area is important. If we're expected for, these people to encourage, the attendees of these shows to take alternate forms of transportation, there should be safe places to store your bikes, especially in a town where bikes get stolen all the time. There's a myriad of other different things I could say, but I want to implore you to, go through with this appeal. I don't think...
Thank you.
My name is Kate O'Brien. I am the board president of Music Portland. I'm also speaking here on behalf of myself, my husband, and my 3 children, all of us performing musicians and concert goers, one of whom is attending PSU for a degree in sonic arts and music production. It's hard to convey the vibrancy of our independent music scene here to those of you who may not participate regularly. To see music in both our large and small venues makes me feel proud to live in a musical community that supports and cultivates opportunities for its people. At a time in history where corporatization is driving a wealth gap that is destroying the middle class, it is hard to believe that I even have to testify in order to convince my city government not to approve the use of city property by a company that is being sued by the DOJ in 40 states for violating antitrust laws. I truly want to believe that as a city, we are investing in a future that preserves and expands upon our existing music economy, which, in a study done by the Northwest Economic Research Center and Business Oregon, we now know generates over $3 billion annually statewide. We already have ticketing companies, promoters, poster makers, and venue operators in our local community. There is no public benefit in having a new music venue operated by a company from outside Portland, and granting this permit paves the way for that to happen. I urge you to support our appeal and vote against the conditional use permit and exemptions from the zoning code that would allow a behemoth, predatory juggernaut like Live Nation to come into Portland and threaten what we have here with their anti-competitive business practices. Thank you.
Abby Doggard, Alex Little, Amy Maxwell.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. You can go ahead and jump in.
Since I'm the only one out of that group. Hi, my name is Amy Maxwell, and I am the owner of Ticket Tomato. I have had a 25-plus year career in the music industry here. I have worked with David Lycan over the years. I've worked with musicians, tours, festivals. I've sat on boards, everything. I'm extremely concerned about this, and I want to give you a face of a company that has been impacted directly by Live Nation and Ticketmaster, my business. The whole reason why Ticket Tomato is Ticket Tomato, and we have that name, is because Pink Martini was going to use our platform to sell their tickets when they had to hang on Little Tomato. And Ticketmaster stopped that. So I was so interested in the name, thought it was really great, very clever, decided to change the name of our business to Ticket Tomato, since we could not use it and work with Pink Martini. So my business has personally been affected by this, as has my clients. I have a number of clients who have small community festivals that have to book artists, and there's a radius clause. And they are unable to book certain artists because they have been pushed out by Live Nation. So that, again, that has affected my bottom line. I have also had the situation of working down in that area. I have done drive-in events during COVID with Pam Cutt over by OMSI, and I had to deal with my employees being late because of the trains, almost getting hit because they were on bicycles or by foot, and difficulty for our attendees to come to the events. In turn, we've had to make massive refunds or deal with complaints because of the situation. Now, that was a space that we had to do something during COVID, so we kind of had to deal with what we had at that time. So there are many levels as to why I'm concerned about having this go through and happen. And I really want to encourage you to consider all aspects, including the individual that will be doing business in that building and in that space. So please reconsider this and take a look at those who have been directly affected and impacted, like I have over the years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Myron, Laura Stribe, and Santiago Ortega.
And Keelan, while those folks are making their way up, just a matter of order, at 3:30, we'll take a brief break so people can go use the restroom or whatever, but it'll just be like a 5-minute break. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi there. Hi, my name is Laura Stribe. I'm an artist, musician, nonprofit executive director, and a cultural advocate. I am here today to urge you to reject the conditional land use permit for the proposed Live Nation Ticketmaster concert venue in Central East Side. While we're here talking about the land use permit, Prosper Portland yesterday pushed through the approval of sale of this land without proper public input, which raises serious concerns about the direction our city is taking. This parcel of land was designated in 2017 and 2018 to be developed with a 100-year lease to support industrial and creative spaces for creatives, makers, and entrepreneurs. This goal envisions revitalizing the Central East Side as the workshop blocks. That RFP vision aligns closely with the goals outlined in the current Our Creative Futures cultural plan that you recently approved. On page 22 of that cultural plan, in which the city invested over $500,000, it states that, quote, "Our community faces multiple and worsening challenges, and the reputation of our region as a creative hub and a desirable place to live has been diminished," end quote. It highlights critical issues including a crisis of affordability within our creative community, a shortage of affordable spaces for creatives to work, significant challenges faced by individual artists and musicians and creatives in securing affordable venues for events and concerts, ongoing inequities in resources available to artists, particularly in BIPOC and under-recognized communities, as documented in over 30 years of studies. This cultural report has relied heavily on data from the Arts Economic Prosperity Project that I was the project coordinator of. This highlights that with 30% of our arts and culture-bearing nonprofit organizations providing feedback, that our arts community brings in $450 million as an economic driver, and that in turn brings over $88 million in city, state, and federal taxes. This is a low estimate to add to the $3 billion in economic impact that the music industry is already bringing to this area. We need leaders who will support what is already happening locally and invest that instead. I ask that you act upon the recommendations from the cultural plan to improve our music economy, and we must reconsider giving access to this outside corporation, which is facing all these lawsuits, which you've been hearing over and over again. This company has a history of undermining local music ecosystems across the country, and that is deeply concerning. Just look at what is happening currently in Austin, Texas, and Nashville. Instead of prioritizing a predatory corporation, we should focus on uplifting our vibrant, independent music scene. While a venue of this size is needed, it should be operated by a business that reinvests in our community rather than extracting profits to out-of-town owners and shareholders. I implore you to reject this conditional use permit for this venue. Let us prioritize our local artists and the integrity of Portland's creative landscape and work towards a plan that supports the already approved cultural plan, as well as the needs of our independent music scene to help it grow.
Thank you.
Santiago Ortega. Santiago, you're muted. Do you want to try to unmute? Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Hello, my name is Santiago Ortega. I'm a local musician and a concert goer, and yeah, this lack of a conditional, the land use permit.
Santiago, you're very.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Can you
Or
hear
are
me?
you able to speak a little louder?
Hang on a second. Oh shoot, hang on. Sorry. Give me a second. Can you hear now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yes. So what I was saying is that this land use, the Live Nation coming to Portland is just another form of gentrification. I will not paint a rosy picture of Portland's music scene, especially for Black and brown folks. It's been pretty atrocious. A lot of us are still recovering from the fact that the city of Portland has, in the name of urban renewal, decimated many local cultures and thriving communities within Portland. And just 40 years later, we're starting to see some form of healing. And the fact of the matter is that this is a corporate gentrification of an independent music scene. Everywhere that Live Nation goes, it leaves nothing but increased rates, inaffordability, inaccessibility, and more importantly, it's stamping out what makes each of the music cultures in each city that they take root in unique. I'm in contact with people who were in Austin who've talked about their the inability to be able to perform, to be able to do their craft in any meaningful way. Same thing with Denver. That's where I was born, spent most of my life. They're talking about the same things as local musicians, and we can't afford another one. This is a corporate solution. This is a corporate Band-Aid on a larger social problem. The fact is that Portland is not investing enough in any meaningful way to the communities that are hardest hit by rising inflation, rising housing costs, and bringing in a corporate entity that can't even be bothered to bring any of us to the table to discuss something that is going to affect the plot of land that it sits on and a 200-mile radius for the next 100 years is absolutely unacceptable. And it's just another place where Prosper Portland has continued in a patronizing way to think that they know exactly what's best for this city. Prosper Portland and the Portland Metro Chamber have done the most with the least results. People need help, especially musicians. We need help, and Live Nation isn't help. Live Nation is just like I said, it's a corporate band.
Thank you. All right, why don't we'll take a 5-minute recess. It's 3:32. We'll reconvene at 3:37. Thank you. We're in recess. Folks, let's go ahead and reconvene. Make sure we get through everybody's testimony. So let's go ahead and reconvene.
Just 15 years old.
All right, Keelan, go ahead and read the next three names, please.
Neen Goodman, Jen Forti, and Santiago Gomez.
All right, welcome.
One more time. Neen Goodman, Jen Forti, and Santiago Gomez. All right. Move on. Marshall Runkle, Stefan Reichart, and Will Zessiger.
I see Marshall. Come on up.
I may have pushed the wrong button.
That's all right. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify. I'm going to try to go quickly and cover a bunch of ground. First of all, on the public benefit standard, I think that's obviously the most important thing here. I would say a couple of things. One, the Johnson Economics Report prepared for the applicant specifically refers to the lessee. So they've introduced the lessee as a factor in making this case. So the use and user are already intermingled by the applicant. The other point is that other jurisdictions in Oregon have had much broader interpretations of what public benefit is. And it's up to you. It's a city council who decides what public benefit is. So I believe that you have the authority to make a decision based on the use and user, as Alex pointed out earlier. And I should point out, I skipped over my introduction. I'm Marshall Runkle. I work with Strategies 360. I represent Monkey Presents, a local promoter who has been a locally owned promoter that's been importing music to Portland since 1983. I do want to say that this site is got very significant infrastructure problems in addition to the train and the darkness, the lack of sidewalks around it. The site is too small. That's why they have to load in and load out on the street. It's just a terrible location. This is a discretionary decision based on the adequacy of the infrastructure, and I think by any rational standard, the infrastructure is inadequate. The third point, and this goes to the Johnson Economics Report and the nature of my clients. The benefits identified in the Johnson survey are available to the city without having to approve this discretionary decision. Because as I introduced into the record, there's another facility in a much better location with adequate parking that's safe, that will provide all of the benefits to the city without any of the downsides identified by many other testifiers. The company that I represent will have a full partnership in that project. It's a local company owned by people who are born in Portland, who have Portland values at their heart. We don't have to make a deal with Live Nation to get those benefits. Thank you very much for the time, and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Commissioner Maps.
ask, Mr. Runkle, thank you for showing up today, and I appreciate your testimony. And I know you've worked in the city before, and probably appreciate some of the nuances of the issue before us. And certainly one of the things I think we're all thinking about is community, or what does public benefits mean in this context? And, you know, when I've gone through and looked at code, traditionally in the context of land use, when we talk about public benefits, we traditionally think of things like, you know, sidewalks, lighting, and whatnot, basically things in the physical world. And I think you're asking us to think about it in a different way. I want to give you another opportunity to kind of articulate how you think this particular council could frame or perhaps reframe public benefits in this context.
Well, I think it's something that the attorney from Music Portland can dig into more deeply with the council, because I'm not an attorney.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is this is a discretionary decision. Public benefit, you define what public benefit is. And the LUBA has repeatedly supported local jurisdictions in their own definitions, what public benefit means. And I guess one other quick point as I'm talking is that the applicant has full ability to extend the timeline in this case. The 120-day rule has already been extended one time in this case, and if the applicant would like to have more time to study these issues, then by its own volition, it could extend the timeline as long as it is, as long as they would accede to.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Stefan Reichart, Will Zessiger, Lori Neely, Melissa Reed, Clara Baker.
Here comes somebody, I think. You already testified, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Here comes somebody. Welcome, thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Clara Baker. I am a musician and music producer, and I disagree with the decision to approve a new concert venue on the Central East Side. I'm going to speak on public benefit and relevance of the tenant, as we were hearing about earlier. I have benefited greatly from public policies and investments Portland has made in the arts. I was in the strings program at Laurelhurst Elementary. I was in the band program at Fernwood, now Beverly Cleary, and I was in the Royal Blues Choir at Grant High School. I've spent my adult life touring the country as a professional musician, and last year I received a regional arts and culture grant that allowed me to further invest in my business and art. Portland does a lot of things that are in the best interest of the public. This sale is not. I understand that you're limited in the scope of what you're able to consider today in terms of this being a land use hearing, and obviously I'm not a lawyer. But it said something on the screen about considering the relevance of choice of tenant, and that's what you're hearing today from all these people. It appears that the officer who approved this yesterday didn't consider that relevant. I disagree, and so do the others. We cannot separate the tenant of this land from the use of this land. I also agree with the lawyer who spoke for Music Portland that this is a terrible place for a venue and a terrible use of land. As a lifelong Portlander, I'm very familiar with this area. I've actually ridden my bike in that area at night several times in the last 2 years. Once, when trying to get from the waterfront to Grand Avenue, I had to bike along a bike path through a dark area filled with trash and about 40 to 60 rats scattered all around me. Another time, last year also biking from the waterfront up to Grand, I biked past a group of people who were gathered burning cars. That was incredibly scary. This is not a suitable place to invite 3,500 concert goers and 250 employees. And we're talking about 3,500 people as if it was going to be that once. This is going to be, weekly or several times a week? I'm concerned about the train. The fact that the study used averages combining commuter trains with the freight trains that are stalled for 10 plus minutes to further their narrative is preposterous. Anyone who's been stuck behind a train in real life doesn't care about averages. And my Portland Public High School math teacher, Miss Shea, taught me better than that. I support the appeal. You must consider the relevance of the tenant in this land use, as well as the clear dangers to the use of this land poses as a risk to the public. Thank you.
Cassie Wilson, Carrie McCarthy, Francisco Mercado.
Welcome. That should pick you up right there. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Sorry.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Cassie Wilson, and I'm a resident of the Buckman neighborhood. I'm speaking in a personal capacity today, though I did also submit written testimony in my professional capacity at 1000 Friends of Oregon, so I encourage you to read that as well. I'm a huge live music fan. I've been to over 300 shows, and I used to run a nonprofit for 6 years called Half Access, which focused on increasing live music venue accessibility across the country. While I don't want to see a Live Nation venue in our city, it was the land use and transportation aspects that brought me out today out of concern over livability in my neighborhood. I'm the target demographic for a venue like this. I go to shows all the time. I live rolling distance from it, but I would not feel safe visiting a venue in this location. I ask that you protect industrial land for industrial uses by not allowing a concert venue to go on this site. The negative impacts go beyond just the adjacent area, and that cannot be ignored, yet it will also not be mitigated as part of the current proposal, since they're only required to improve things directly around the site. On transportation, one of the first things that comes to mind is emergency responders' ability to get to and from the venue. I really shudder to think what could happen in a worst-case scenario in this country, let alone just the day-to-day medical emergencies that people experience at large gatherings. I see it all the time, especially in the summer, and at shows where people are really excited, pushed up against the barricade, passing out, not drinking enough water, etc. And so, obviously, emergency responders need to be able to get to the venue, and if the train is preventing that, then that's an issue. As for sidewalk connections in the area, it was one of the first things that I noticed when I moved to Portland earlier this year. The east-west connections for cyclists and pedestrians are really just awful in this area, and especially connecting to the East Bank Esplanade. A lot of the sidewalks are missing curb cuts or just generally are not accessible for other reasons. I've definitely been stranded down there when the streetcar was down when I was getting home from an event at OMSI. The train crossings are really not accessible. The lack of lighting contributes to that issue. The current infrastructure is really built for freight, not for human scale needs that this venue would bring. What else? I'm very concerned about the blocking of the Main Street connection to the East Bank Esplanade, even though it wouldn't be permanently closed off. The use of that area, I think, would highly discourage people from using it. On transportation demand management, I don't know if y'all have ever tried to take a bus home after a show, but they don't run that often late at night, so pretty difficult to do, and I'm out of time, so thank you.
Francisco Mercado.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Francisco Mercado. I've been a proud citizen of Portland for 16 years now, and 3 years an American citizen. Also very proud of that. I just wanna let you, just point out a couple of things. I love free markets. You know, I'm a capitalist. I have ETFs, bonds, everything. I watch Bloomberg surveillance every day. But, I mean, Live Nation Entertainment Incorporated has made if you hold their stock, 13% annually. That's, I mean, the best, even with the high interest rates we have in a savings, in a high yield savings, we make what, 6? And that's a really good deal. So you're making double. No dividend. So their fiduciary duty is not really to have a profitable quarter, year, etc. It's not to make money. The way they make money to their stockholders, which are mostly big hedge funds and investment banks, is to keep the stock price going up. And how do you do that? There's only one way to do that in an industry, and we've seen it. And the DOJ doesn't prosecute easily. It's very hard to get, not prosecute, but charged, investigated for monopoly practices. But they did it to these guys. And the only way to, and that's because the fiduciary duty of these guys is to dominate the market. That's it. And the only way to dominate the market is to crush everyone else. And how do you do that? Well, you just subsidize your prices. You bring providers that either work for you directly as part of your infrastructure, like sound engineers, all that stuff. You got them in-house. Why pay third parties? Okay, so they can, and they will outlast every single one of these guys. I mean, they're a $3 billion industry in the state of Oregon. That's nothing for these guys. They will crush the market like they have done everywhere else in America. This is the last city standing. And I mean, if you guys want to let the wolf into the hen house, go ahead. But I mean, it's on the record. It's not a secret. You're making a big mistake here. You're gonna crush the people here. Make a lot of money too.
Thank you.
Tony Prado, Caitlin Convery, Jacob Westfall.
Welcome.
Tony Prado.
That's me. 1 second, I'm going to get my notes out. I wasn't originally planning on testifying. I came here in aspect as a filmmaker. But I used to work in the music industry. I worked at Bunk Bar right up the street from this proposed site. I met you there, Ted. I don't know if you remember. But yeah, during the listening to everything here, sorry, I don't usually talk in front of people. Something irked me that I don't know, kind of like, you know, when somebody misuses there or you're, and you just think, wait, no, but you're wrong about something. You said that the land use for this project was as a music venue, which is weird because the corporation that owns Live Nation isn't in the business of operating music venues. They've never made a profit from operating music venues. They operate music venues so that they can sell tickets and charge exorbitant fees through Ticketmaster. But if you look up their records, they've until post-pandemic, they never made a profit as Live Nation. So the purpose of their business isn't to run music venues, it's to run out competition. The best analog I could think of this is we've all seen Curb Your Enthusiasm. This is a spite store. They're putting up a spite store. So I guess is the best land use for this area to spite the music industry of Portland? I think that's a good question. And in my capacity, working right down the street from this proposed site, I can say that putting on events of 100 to 200 people, parking was already an issue. The trains were already an issue. Someone's going to die. Think about that.
Thank you, Tony.
That's all I got.
Thank you.
Caitlin.
Is it on? There we go. Hello. I had prepared a statement as an artist today, but now that I'm here and heard what the attorney had to say, I realize I have to put on another hat. So this is unprepared. I used to be a general contractor. I have spent many, many, many hours in this building. I've spent lots of time on this floor with my blueprints in hand, being told, oh, because this line has a dot in it and is not a solid one, back to the drawing board, talk to your architect, bring it back. I have gone through this process with the city of permitting. I owned a construction company 3 years. COVID kind of put me out of business, and honestly, I was tired of the stress of working in a very misogynistic industry. I'm sure you can understand. It was a difficult thing to do, but I loved it. I loved buildings, and I flipped a bunch of houses. I cannot tell you the things that impacted my bottom line as someone who comes from working class, lifelong Portlander. I understand the amount of time and effort they've put into developing this site. It's a few years. I understand. I built a house from the ground up. It took me a couple years just to do that in residential. I understand. I also understand there are so many different points when you bring that permit to this office that they can decide, nope, not good enough, nope, not good enough, because of this, because of that. I wanted to put a one-car garage on a residential lot. A matter of inches stood between me putting up a 10-foot by 20-foot single-car garage that would have added 20 or 30 grand to the money I made as someone who desperately needed to make a return, who doesn't come from family money, who comes from nothing like that. I've been up against it. So when you talk about public benefit, and I heard what you said earlier, if it cannot be mitigated, I think I want to talk about what could or couldn't be mitigated. I guess I want to finish my first thought, which is there is something you can find in this permit. And I know how this process goes. They can come back to the drawing board. They can adjust and come back as many times as they want. I know they must be frustrated and have spent money, but we all go through it as contractors. And as we sit downstairs and talk about the DeBrons or the Colises or whomever it is, and we watch that they get things greased, they get things stamped because they've already shown their record of being able to put up huge buildings. They're not little guys like us, and things just work out for them, and it's a lot harder for us. That's what it's like to be a musician. This summer I played at the Pioneer Courthouse Square. I've done that multiple times. I think that was my 4th time. I was asked to show up with my full band, 4 of us, and I was offered $200 to do that, okay? We are struggling as an industry. We bring so much to the table. We are hardworking. We have multiple jobs. We have multiple businesses trying to support our music. Take a minute for this. Find something in this permit that is not what that woman had to say about her accessibility getting to concerts. Perfect. You've got everything you need. We need parking. We need more parking in the city. There should be some kind of parking at. Do something. We know you can.
Hello and good evening. My name is Jacob Westfall. I'm a full-time musician based out of Portland. I've been touring for the last few years as well, playing in Live Nation venues in Salt Lake City, in Denver. And not only have they disrespected me as an artist and treated me less than local venues have treated me, but I've also noticed the long-term effects that they've had on the local music scenes. Now, we're not here to debate the ethics of Live Nation, which I recognize, but we are here to look at the public benefit that Live Nation and Ticketmaster will bring by investing in this community and building a venue in the wrong place. The downstream effects of Portland, Oregon, building a new music venue are very difficult to explain here, but I would like to point out that Portland, Oregon has the 7th worst traffic in the nation of major cities. This is out of 49 major cities in the United States, according to a Consumer Affairs Journal of Consumer Research study done on September 4th, 2024, just a few days ago. Now, Portland typically doesn't have long transit times because we're a smaller city geographically. We're a population of about 630,000 in the metro area. Have you ever taken the Yamhill exit right around 6:30 p.m. on a weekday? That backup with an additional, you said roughly 80% of individuals will commute to this venue by car, 30% of those being by rideshare. That makes about 1,200 new cars going down that exit. That exit will congest the I-405, I-5 corridors and shut down your entire city. You will not have ambulances reaching people in time. You will have somebody die. Not just kids trying to cross a train track, but people stuck in ambulances on their way to Legacy. So I'm here to talk to you as a person that, look, if Live Nation offered me a contract as a musician, I think that I would be thrilled to say, oh my gosh, I get to play a huge venue. But my heart is stuck in the community of Portland. And I will protest this venue. I will never play a show there as long as I am playing music. I will never go to a show there. I just went to a venue that I did not know was a Live Nation venue 2 weeks ago, and I would like to share in the last 30 seconds the effect that that had on that local community and the public lack of benefit that it provided. These homes in Bend, Oregon, at a Ray LaMontagne and Gregory Alan Isakov concert, at this one performance where roughly 5,000 people showed up, no one could park in front of their homes. It was dangerous. People were speeding through neighborhoods. There were no cops that were keeping speeds down. And last but not least, it happens once a week that you could not park in front of your own home. Thank you for your time. My name is Jacob Westfall, and I stand in affirmation of banning this appeal, of this appeal. Thank you.
Matthew Fox. Matthew, oh, there he is.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the City Council for hearing this appeal. I would like to support the appeal, and I hope you will as well. I think what we've heard again and again so far today is that the public benefit to this development is net negative, that in fact this harms the city of Portland. And if that is the case, then if there are any issues with the permit that cannot be mitigated, then you need to reject this application from the developers in Live Nation. You guys have heard from people here today and in the process leading up to this about the harm that this is likely to do to the local music community, to the local music venues, to this community itself, the issues that it has for people with disabilities trying to get to the venue or just trying to get around their neighborhood. You've heard about the issues with parking, with public transportation. Again and again, there are, this is a company with some history of legal issues that is requesting exceptions to legal mandates that we have in the city of Portland, and seems to be hoping that they can simply ignore some of the other issues that have come up. And it is within the power of this city council to determine that the public benefit is zero and, negative. And if so, then any issues that come up with that permit require you, not just allow, but require you to reject it and support the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miles. Miles. Mayor, that's everyone who signed up for the support side.
Right, very good. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony today. Next up, we'll hear from the applicant, 15 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just clarify that everyone else who has signed up is in opposition of the appeal? And if that's not the case, to raise your hand. Yeah, we just want to make sure that everyone else who has signed up to testify tonight is in opposition of the appeal and intends to testify in opposition. If not, raise your hand. Okay,
Sometimes we have confusion. People sign up for the wrong thing. So we wanted to make sure
it is
before.
confusing, correct. So let me, and legal counsel, jump on me if I get this wrong. So the people who are left who have signed up to testify are presumably going to testify in support of Live Nation. Can I say
In
that?
support of the hearings officer's decision and in opposition of the appeal.
I love these things. Yes, what she said. Is there anybody here who does not fit that criteria and would like to testify, who is signed up? I don't see anybody. We're good to go. Thank you. Thank you, legal counsel. I appreciate you as always. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Damian Hall, applicant's representative. Mayor Wheeler, commissioners, really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you this afternoon. I'd like to begin by expressing my excitement about the opportunity before us, but also my appreciation for the work of this council. Over the last few years, we've spent countless hours addressing the difficulties of economic development and public safety in Portland, in particular in the Central City. That work, including the 90-day reset in the Central East Side, where this venue is proposed just 1 year ago, has been crucial in paving the way for the proposal before you today. Again, on behalf of the applicant, thank you. On to the exciting part. We have an opportunity to bring a new world-class venue and live music experience to the Central City. This venue will bring people together in community to enjoy the arts, eat in restaurants and bars, and stay in hotels. Along with the cultural and economic heads and beds benefits, this venue will allow the city to continue its efforts to revitalize and activate the Central City as an attractive and safe destination. Earlier this month, the Willamette Week reported that negative impressions of the Central City are highest among those who have not visited recently. This venue can be that reason to get out and enjoy a night on the town for many thousands of concert goers. Portland has momentum from recent wins, such as the new PDX terminal, and even more recently, being awarded a WNBA team. All that's needed to build on that momentum is for the council to fairly apply your zoning code standards here. Your professional staff in PP&D and PBOT have applied the zoning standards and recommended approval of this project. Your independent hearings officer has applied the zoning standards and approved this project. Applicant respectfully requests that the council do the same. Next slide, please. Let's talk a moment about the standards. The concert falls into the major event entertainment category, which is allowed as conditional use in all of the city's industrial and employment zones. The primary standards, as have been discussed, are adequacy of public services. City bureaus have weighed in, and this applicant has provided a traffic impact study, or TIS, demonstrating that those services are adequate to support the use. Appearance, I'll talk about in a couple slides after this, but then let's really just talk about benefit, because that's where the discussion has been. And I intentionally put the entirety of the phrase from the code. The public benefits of the proposed use outweigh any impacts that cannot be mitigated. You've heard here tonight a number of people tell you that there are no public benefits from the proposed use. That couldn't be further from the truth. Public benefits include development of a long vacant lot, increased vibrancy that will deter crime, reduce discarded waste, abandoned cars and street camping, increased after-hour activity that will support nearby restaurants and bars, substantial privately funded improvements to the transportation system, economic benefits to the Central City, including new employment, and benefits flowing directly to the community from compliance with the city's green building, equitable contracting, and workforce policies. The record also shows that there are no land use impacts to the local area and transportation system that cannot be mitigated. Included at the bottom of the slide is the purpose statement from the standards, because it clearly indicates that the intent of the code is to regulate impacts to the surrounding neighborhood and transportation system. Said another way, the zoning code does not regulate speculative market impacts or competition within an industry, whether good, bad, or otherwise. Applicants believe that the venue will meet a demand in the industry, be accretive to the live music scene, and attract acts that would otherwise skip Portland. Appellants clearly disagree. Irrespective of how people assess this issue, the zoning code is agnostic and regulates only land use impacts such as trips, parking, and conflicts with other uses in the Central East Side. This is an important point because Appellant is asking the city to undertake a novel and overly broad interpretation of your code that would somehow require the city council to make decisions based on hypothetical and highly speculative economic impacts that would occur at some unknown point in the future. Impacts that, along with being speculative, simply are not caused by holding shows at the proposed venue. In short, Appellant is asking you to stretch the zoning code beyond its breaking point. Your code is crystal clear and directs the city to address conventional land use impacts. The applicant respectfully requests a fair application of the zoning code, consistent with the recommendations of staff and approval of the hearings officer. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of testimony tonight about the presence of trains to the east of the proposed venue site. To summarize, there are multiple ways and routes to get to the site that are not dependent on an at-grade train crossing. Whether you go by car, whether you go by bike, or whether you walk, these routes are demonstrated in the transportation impact study and in the map before you. To further put this issue into perspective, the TIS includes a survey of train crossings, and during the hours of the concerts, the observed gate downtime averaged just about 3.5 minutes. I think the high end was about 10, and the low end was 45 for the scheduled commuter trains. They go past faster, but we're still talking about 10 minutes. In some, trains can be an inconvenience, but they rarely are present and can be avoided when they are present. The applicant has proposed transportation demand management strategies, including informing concert attendees of their transportation options for getting to and from the venue. Next slide, please. The applicant's design team has also done a study of the facade types in the central east side, demonstrating that the proposed venue is consistent with the intent of the IG1 zone, providing building coverage up to the street as opposed to back behind parking, and found commonality in design elements such as punched openings, painted concrete and masonry, and suspended canopies, all of which are reflected in the design of the proposed venue. Next slide. This slide shows a survey of the building in the area, 11 other buildings in the area with those design criteria. Next slide. This is the site plan, and I would just second the analysis of the staff as to the adjustments on the loading. Despite what has been testified, Southeast Main would not be closed during loading. We are required to implement a loading plan through a condition of approval requiring a permit from PBOT. Also, same with the eco-roof standard. Full compliance with the eco-roof would add 1.2 million pounds to the roof of the building, 20%, requiring a 20% more massive building, which would also have a larger carbon footprint, undercutting some of the environmental benefits of an eco-roof. We've maxed out the amount of eco-roof that can be supported by this building and applied a number of different mitigations to ensure that it does meet the purposes of the eco-roof. I'd like to pass it over to the co-applicants. Jonathan, go ahead, sir.
Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, thanks for having us. My name's Jonathan Mousen. I'm the second generation leader of Beam Development. For the last 25 years, our company's been focused on realizing the benefits or the potential of the Central East Side and supporting hundreds of small businesses along the way. I'm really proud of our contributions. Beam and Colas are the very type of partnership that the city needs. Two locally owned companies leading into our deep experience and harnessing a significant commitment from a well-resourced company to develop a project that will catalyze the Central East Side and the entire Central City without any public subsidy. This project represents a win that should be celebrated in our city as Portland struggles to bounce back from the pandemic. Importantly, this venue fills a void in the local venue ecosystem that will attract new artists and concerts to our city that are currently passing us over. The new venue today also does not require us or does not preclude other new venues from opening in Portland. My participation in the Central East Side's 90-day reset and the governor's value proposition really understates the need for us to bring catalytic projects to this city. We engaged in robust outreach to interested parties along the way. We presented to numerous district land use and transportation committee meetings and participated in 2 stakeholder roundtables hosted by Prosper Portland, attended by the mayor's team, along with key district and industry stakeholders, including Music Portland. Importantly, coming out of those roundtables, our tenant, Live Nation, made significant commitments on how they would operate in Portland, which will be more memorialized in our agreement with Prosper Portland as approved by their board 4-0 just last night. First, Live Nation will operate the venue as an open room available to local promoters, an offer that is reasonably subject to reciprocity in the market. Second, Live Nation will not include radius clauses in their offers to artists. Third, Live Nation will not install telescopic seating on the GA floor, which was important to P5. And lastly, Live Nation is committed to making the venue available to local nonprofits and community groups not less than 5 times per year at cost. These are not contractual commitments that they make in other markets, and we're proud of our collaboration with Live Nation and other engaged stakeholders to get these commitments, which are a big deal. We look forward to more engagement. As you weigh the appeal today, Andrew and I are asking you to consider the message you will send not only to local families looking to make significant investments, but to investors outside of Portland, whom we badly need to attract as part of our strategies to revitalize our central city. We've followed the land use process. We've met the criteria to earn the approval of staff in the hearings office. We've invested $750,000 along the way and will continue to invest in this project in the Central East Side. We've secured unprecedented commitments from our venue operator, and we've attempted in good faith to engage with parties concerned about the project who've not reciprocated that, and they are here today appealing this application. Supporting this appeal will kill this investment and will have a broader chilling effect on investment in Portland. I respectfully urge you to instill certainty in our land use process, follow the approval criteria like staff in the hearings office. I urge you to support a win for our central city, and I respectfully ask you to approve our land use application. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners. Really honored to be here today. We've started out by talking about this project, and we've heard a lot of people talking today. And there's a couple things that stand out for me. The definition of public benefit, and it's been defined by a lot of different people. I would love to define public benefit as being 2 local family-owned businesses bringing a project that we've invested significant funds into over the last 2 years. I would like to define public benefit as you have a lot of these land use hearings. Commissioner Mapps, you specifically asked this question, and when I think about it, how often do you see a person that looks like yourself across from you in one of these land use applications? A Black person from this city, born and raised, that went to public schools in this city. How often do you see that? And the answer would probably be you don't, right? Because there haven't been public benefits that have created equal opportunities for everybody to participate in this economy in the city of Portland and throughout the United States. But that's not the definition of public benefit that we're defining today. So I'm not going to have that be what I'm talking about. She clearly defined what it is. That's not what I'm going to ask you to have the definition of public benefit today. We clearly have met the definition of public benefit as it pertains to this project. And I understand everybody wants to define what it means, but it's been clearly defined before we started this. So I would strongly urge everybody to listen to legal counsel and listen to that definition of public benefit, no matter how I feel or what I want to talk about. I want to be very clear that we have not taken $1 of public subsidy on this project. We have invested our hard-earned money into this project. This is an opportunity, yes, to build wealth for communities of color. This is an opportunity to create jobs for businesses of color. Most importantly, I heard a lot of people say 3,500 people. I heard that over and over and over again. I heard that and I thought, that sounds great to me. 3,500 people coming to the Central East Side, patronizing the businesses, patronizing all the people that really need the help to be supported, the businesses, the restaurants, all of the different hotels that are going to be supported through this project. I want to make it clear, Live Nation is not the applicant on this. Beam and Colas are. We are local developers. We have long-standing track records. I forgive the gentleman that said that I'm a bully. He said yesterday, too, that he just moved to Portland a year ago. I have an outstanding record. My family has an outstanding record, and I'm proud of what Colas represents in this community. And I completely that is not true, and you all know that. It's not fact. What we want to really focus on here is looking at the rules and the standards. And all I ask you all to do is listen to the experts. You have incredible staff at the City of Portland, and they review this time and time again. They approve this, and then it was appealed, and then we went through a hearing officer, and it was approved again. Listen to the experts. They are the experts. And apply the same standards to us as you apply to everybody else. Because we all know it's a slippery slope when you start to apply different standards to different groups. We've seen that with redlining in the albino community. We've seen what happens when banks have one standard for one group and another standard for another group. We want to be treated and have the same standard. Thank you very much.
All right. And any questions before we retire to our seats? I know we have a number of folks waiting to testify in opposition to the appeal in support of the project who have been patiently waiting
Really
as well.
confusing.
But we will be here through the whole time.
I do. Thanks for your testimony and your patience. It's been a long day. Today's conversation has largely focused in on public benefits, but I almost wonder if we should think about the other side of that coin, which has been kind of more implicit today, which is the impacts of this project. And I think one of the things I'm trying to think through, the key language here is the unmitigated impacts. I think I've heard at least one view of impacts, which is this project will have an impact on the economic dynamics of being in the music business in Portland. And that's one way to think of it. And that's certainly how a lot of people in the audience want us to think about it. I used to be the infrastructure guy for this council. Traditionally, when I'm in hearings like this, we're mostly talking about, when we are thinking about impacts, I'm traditionally thinking about sidewalks, roads, stormwater, whatnot. So do you have a view of how this council should think about the impacts associated with this project and which of those impacts are unmitigated?
Yes, absolutely. If you, Council Clerk, wouldn't mind pulling up slide 2. My view is that the code tells you exactly what it's talking about when it uses the word impacts. And it has a purpose statement that it's applicable to your conditional use standards. And it says it is intended to regulate impacts to the local area and to the transportation system. So, the local area is the Central East Side. The transportation system are your streets and pedestrian facilities. And it is not intended to open the door wide and require the city to do an analysis of the market dynamics in any given industry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just build upon that just a little bit? The other thing about development is that development leads to more development, right? And so we have 3 vacant lots, and we know that when we activate this first lot, it's going to lead to further development in that area, in that community. We know that OMSI right now has a master plan in that neighborhood, in that community. This will spur further development, further investment, further opportunity in this community, and the community really does need that. So I think that, again, I don't want to define public benefit. Let's go with the definition that we're all agreeing to, but this will lead to more investment in this neighborhood, which will create more benefit.
I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
A couple quick.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Just a couple quick legal questions. Maybe this is for council. So our standard review here is?
So it's on the record. You're considering whether the hearings officer's decision was adequately supported by the evidence.
Essentially de novo, or how would you characterize it?
It is a de novo hearing, but it's on the record, so.
No. And the zoning here is IG1?
Is that right, Andy?
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
And we're in major event entertainment is a conditional use for IG1?
Correct. Yes.
And the criteria for major event entertainment is outlined in 33, 815, 215.
Yes, sir.
That's all for right now. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions before we move to the next section, which is supporters of the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And how many folks do we have signed up, Keelan?
20.
Okay, thank you.
First up, we have Nick Wood, Kathleen Colbert, and Sam Cole.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nick Wood, and I am the owner and operator of Bunk Bar and Bunk Sandwiches, which is across the street from the proposed venue. And I'm here to speak to the effect of the venue will have on small businesses, particularly the bars and restaurants near the proposed venue. We've been in business on Water Avenue for 14 years and in business in Portland for 16 years. And for as long as I've been in the neighborhood, the site has been 3 blocks of blighted, empty lots. These lots don't contribute to anything in the neighborhood and haven't for the entirety of my time in the neighborhood. This new venue would obviously be a huge boost for small business in the neighborhood, bringing upwards of 3,500 people multiple nights a week to a neighborhood that is pretty empty at night. I also think that replacing the blight with this new building would make the neighborhood feel safer and more inviting to people from all over the Portland area and to visitors from out of town, both day and night. It feels to me like this neighborhood has regressed a lot in the last few years. A lot of businesses have left their offices in the past few years, and that doesn't seem to be coming back. We've had to cut back hours and staff, and I do believe this venue would provide a big boost to the neighborhood and Portland in general. I would foresee our business expanding our hours and hiring more staff, as I'm sure other small businesses in the neighborhood would as well. As for the trains, as somebody who's spent probably as much time in the neighborhood over the past 14 years as anybody, I really don't think it's going to be a huge problem. I've probably crossed those tracks 10,000 times. There's plenty of ways in and out of the neighborhood without crossing the tracks. And over the years, I've been able to make it to work, go home from work, and run errands throughout the day without many issues. We also have delivery app drivers coming to our business and other businesses in the neighborhood, and it's really just not that big of a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Colbert.
Hi, thank you. My name is Katie Colbert. I was born and raised here in Oregon. I've lived in Portland for 20 years, and I've been in event production since 2004 and concert production specifically since 2007. I'm here to ask you to deny the appeal by Music Portland. In the last 20 years, I've worked in and continue to work in many venues in the Portland area, ranging from our smallest to our largest. I worked with tours of all sizes. One glaring observation that we have lots of small venues and a couple large venues, but nothing in between. There's lots of venues that support the touring acts that have can support 1,500 patrons or less, and we have 2 great arenas to support the larger tours. But again, there's nothing in between. This new venue would fill that hole in the market. It would be beneficial to Portland in many different ways, including creating jobs for lots of us, local folks here, bring some life and excitement back to the Central East Side in those vacant lots. We'll bring in some more tourism and patrons to bars, restaurants, hotels, and also bring tours into town that tend to skip over us because we don't have the space for them. We need and want this venue. Please deny their appeal and allow the venue to be built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Cole, online.
Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. As y'all said, my name is Sam Cole, and I've lived in Portland since 2001. I'm a stage manager and production manager for touring bands. I know Portland's music scene and venue scene very well. My first professional live music gig was as the sound engineer for the Goodfoots open mic night. I then moved on to work for the Crystal, the Wonder, Dante's, and the Star Theater, among others, as well as Pickathon, the Blues Festival, the Bite, the Rose Festival, and even PDX Pop Now. Later, I started touring with indie bands like the Lumineers, the Flaming Lips, MGMT, the Dandy Warhols, and the National. Bands love our city, and they all want to come here. When we have a day off in Portland, everyone is excited to take in all the amenities our city offers. But however much they may enjoy our city's amenities, bands are increasingly skipping Portland because we don't have a venue capable of accommodating a mid-sized touring concert production, one that is too big for a rock club like the Crystal or the Roseland, too active for a seated theater like the Keller or the Schnitz, and too small for an arena. The space under consideration today would fill this gap. Portland needs concert venues geared toward live, popular music at a scale between the 1,500 cap clubs on the west side and the Moda Center. It is an outlier as one of the only major metropolitan areas without a standing floor venue that can accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 people. Now, Portland has a chance to put itself back on the touring map with a thoughtfully designed, technically advanced venue that fans and bands alike can be excited to visit. I urge you to allow this project to move forward. Portland's music ecosystem needs this space, and Portland's music fans deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Terrence Hayes, Patrick Fleming, and Nate McCoy.
Nate, you're here first. Why don't you start?
And let me just say, I think Terrence had to leave, so he may not be testifying.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Nate McCoy. I'm the president and CEO and proud leader for the largest chapter in America here in the state of Oregon, the National Association of Minority Contractors. And I'm pleased to be here because we're talking a lot about public benefit. And I want to go down the list of things that I think underscore much of what we heard today, that we're not here to just talk about the music industry. We're also here to talk about bricks and mortar and the economics that our community needs sorely. The state passed a disparity study that we all know about at the beginning of this year that showed across all industries, people of color are less than 5% of the spend in every industry you can name in our community. And we have the responsibility and I think the trusted groups to not only add a Black developer to what is already in the nation, the sorely missed opportunities for Black developers to actually profit and benefit in their own communities, partnering with other seasoned developers to see a eyesore in the Central East Side that I take my kids to OMSI to all the time and have to walk by camps. I want to see this area really benefit our communities. And the restaurants we just talked about, I attend those as well. And right now, you have to go in and eat and you have to leave immediately. We can do better than that in the city of Portland. 6 real strong points I want to make: job creation and workforce development. We're poised to create 400 well-paying jobs, union and non-union, for workers who are sorely needed in this construction industry. Economic benefits to the broader construction industry. We'll have architects, designers, right there. A partner of ours is McKinsey that is right in that area. OMSI wants to stand up STEM education, including STEM, that includes the arts. NAMAC is even interested in moving to this area through our partnerships with the PSEF Fund. So when you start to talk about the continuum of public benefit, our kids would be able to go through STEAM education. Our kids would be able to attain jobs in these industries we need, including me being one black architect of 10 in our whole state. We can change that with catalytic projects like this. A boost to our local businesses, we heard that. What I don't see today, and I heard the term music, corporation, gentrification, let me just say, I have at least 10 Black family members that are musicians, DJs, and artists that I have yet to see represented here today. So when we talk about gentrification and what that means to the Black community, it's we're not represented when decisions are made. And I have yet to hear one up here today or yesterday. So I would hope you know that the music community is not monolithic. We heard a fraction of it, but others would say they and to Seattle, and we can do better with a project like this. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hey. Hello, my name is Patrick Fleming, and I'm the chef and owner of Bokeh Bowl Restaurant that resides at 1028 Southeast Water in the heart of the Central East Side. I'm here in opposition to appeal the proposed music venue. Similar to Nick from Bunk, Bokeh's been fortunate enough to be part of the Central East Side for the last 14 years. Having spent about 60 hours a week down there for the last 14 years, I feel myself and other invested business owners have a unique perspective on the Central East Side and a firm grasp on what the area needs on a consumer and business level. We've experienced the highs and lows of this great city, and I can't imagine a better use for this land than this proposed music venue before you, nor a better developer than Beam Development. Due to the non-housing zoning, as well as a lack of nighttime symbiotic businesses in this section of the Central East Side, our location has always been a destination location for our consumers. Thus, nighttime business has always been a bit of a struggle on a financial and safety level. Opposing this appeal for this type of development would be a game changer financially for every business in the Central East Side, as well as Portland as a whole. Portland has always been known as a great music town, yet it's sorely missing the size venue. Moreover, greatly activating the Central East Side in the evening hours will help with vandalism, break-ins, and would continue to build on the strong foundation of the community that presently exists amongst the businesses, as well as the future businesses that will open. Without present nighttime activity in the area, it can handle a large influx of people in the evening hours. A great example is the Portland Night Market, 2 blocks away, that hosts 3,000 to 5,000 people nightly. And it goes off without a hitch, and the train is not a problem. I was at the Timbers game in Northwest Portland last night that hosts 25,000 people without any parking. So this is a fantastic location and a perfect use of this land. Walking distance from downtown, a short walk from mass transit on MLK, and the other side, OMSI projects like this one would have a huge impact on tourism. Consumers love the feel of industrial districts and cities, and a venue such as this one would further strengthen the Central East Side and improve Portland's bruised reputation on a local and national level. Introducing new commerce-related projects is what the city needs. We need a win. We are backed by the PDC, Prosper Portland 14 years ago to get us started, and things were moving in the right direction until COVID. With promise of further development like the OMSI district, we're greatly encouraged by your approval of the $15 million 2 weeks ago. That sort of forward thinking is what is envisioned for this district when we moved in 14 years ago. I'm a little sick and tired of defending Portland and people moving out of the city. The OMSI project, as well as a project like this, will turn this area back into what we hoped 14 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have James Posey, Bridget Blackburn, and Andrew Hone.
Welcome, Mr. Posey. Why don't you start? It looks like you're going to get there first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. I have to say, I came to this meeting thinking one thing, and I've changed my testimony somewhat. But as you all know, I'm a current president of the NAACP. And in the media, there was some conversation about firebombing. And I don't think the applicant was the group that made those comments about firebombing. And as you all know, the applicant is an African-American, longstanding African-American in this community. And if you all could only see in the NAACP office the sort of nasty stuff that comes through our office around racial kinds of things. I got it here. When I start looking at it, I don't even want to share it. It's so nasty. And so I'm here to talk to you all about not moving the goalpost. I think as you all saw and you listened to people talk, really one of the people on the other side mentioned their problems with getting through the system and through the process of being a contractor in the city. Really, it's breathtaking to know that they've gotten this far, to get to this point, and now they've got to go through the challenges of people challenging where they've gotten and how they've gotten there. It's kind of a miracle if you really want to know the truth. And so it's disheartening for me to hear you all narrow this thing down. They've gone through a couple of processes here, and now they still can't overcome much of the the drama that people want to throw on. You know, there are groups out here, you all, that when they don't get their way, they throw everything, including the kitchen sink, to try to block and change the projection. So I just want to say to you all, I have many years, I was in contracting myself. You all will be doing a disservice to this community by denying this applicant to get this job done. There are many things they're not in control of, including, Live Nation or whoever, but they are in charge of themselves and how they represent themselves in this community. And I can't think of a better group of people who would build this project. You're not going to find a better group. And so I want to give you all some real good advice. Don't move the goalposts.
Thank you, sir.
Bridget.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Bridget Blackburn, and I co-own an independent business in Portland, a retailer for over 28 years. Cargo relocated to the Central East Side from the Pearl District 11 years ago. And at that time, looking to connect with small business, we reached out to the Central East Side Industrial Council. We wanted to create representation for retail, restaurant, and the maker communities. The CEIC encouraged us to form a committee. Now, the Merchants and Makers Committee was formed over 10 years ago, making it the first time that this sector was actually recognized by the Central East Side Industrial Council. Cargo is located just a few blocks from the vacant lots on Water Avenue. So we've taken a keen interest in the development of the blocks. And in such, we've been very involved in the planning meetings for the project, attending the public meetings, joining the Prosper Portland-led roundtable for the venue impact study, as well as the Central East Side Industrial Council Land Use and Traffic Advisory Committee meetings. We've seen the lengthy process that the local development and construction team has gone through and the collaborative approach that they've taken. We are confident that this is the best plan to secure this much-needed venue in Portland at this time. The ODOT blocks have been a blight for decades. The location adjacent to the East Bank Esplanade and just walking distance from OMSI should be a welcoming gateway. Instead, it's a blight. Although we were encouraged years ago when mountains of concrete and asphalt were removed from the sites, they've remained empty, unimproved, and unutilized for far too long. During the pandemic, the blocks were used as a transitional houseless space. It became clear at that time how truly inhospitable the site is. It's dirty, noisy, void of greenery, and extremely exposed. So during the 90-day reset, working with the CEIC and city advocates for the houseless community, we helped to create a humane barrier installed by an artist around the space to help ensure privacy. It was a small effort that meant a lot, but didn't hold up. And eventually, the houseless shelter was relocated to a more hospitable site. This experience illustrated to me the delicacy of finding the right user for the site. A mid-sized concert venue that manages the land use concerns perfectly is the right use for the space. The Central East Side business community knows that a project like this will energize the district, especially in our evening hours, bring foot traffic and visitors to the city's core in this highly visible location. We believe in this project, and we see a brighter future for Portland once the venue is completed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Andrew Hone, President CEO, Portland Metro Chamber, proud registered lobbyist. I do want to take a moment to just acknowledge what Mr. Posey said and remind us truly that violence has no place in any conversation on public policy, and we reject it outright as a community. So thank you for reminding us of that. The Portland Metro Chamber represents the largest and most diverse network of businesses in the region and the entire state. Our membership is comprised of more than 2,300 members. 80% of those are small businesses, and we define those as having 10 or fewer employers. I'm here today to express the Chamber's opposition to the appeal of the hearing officer's decision and ask that the Portland City Council uphold the original decision to support a new concert venue in the Central East Side. The applicant has clearly demonstrated compliance, and city staff should be commended for their thoroughness in following the rules and regulations here. The focus of my testimony today is really simple. It's to say thank you. It's to say thank you to you, this city council. It was more than a year ago that this council voted unanimously to adopt Advance Portland. Prosper Portland and our city's economic development strategic plan. The objective of Advance Portland, to quote the plan, is to place our city in a position to compete globally for investment and talent. And it recognizes that business growth, wealth creation, and support for public services rely on both. Because this council has so consistently followed through on the core tenets of that plan with the adoption of many of its recommended tactics, you have sent a very loud and a very clear market signal. Translation, you put a big sign up that said Portland is open for business. Today, our community and this council has the opportunity to support two locally owned, multi-generational family-owned businesses and welcome an unbelievably exciting private sector investment in commercial real estate and entertainment into our central city. Kudos and thank you to the teams of Colas and Beam for attracting institutional and national investment into our city. This is exactly what our economy needs right now, and is one more step on the road to recovering and growing the vibrant, beating heart of our state's economy. As a proud resident of Portland, I look forward to being just one of thousands of fans, sitting in a crowd when this concert venue opens, standing side by side with Portlanders and visitors enjoying what we do best in the Rose City. Throw one hell of a party. Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick question.
Commissioner Maps.
Is it Patty?
Bridget.
Bridget, sorry. Bridget, Cargo, I believe your shop, Cargo, is right down there in the heart of this neighborhood. I'd just be curious, have you thought about or have any reflections on the transportation impacts this project would have? What do you think there?
Well, for the most part, the district really is a daytime district these days. There's not much nighttime use, and to our restaurant friends' lament, in fact. So the traffic coming in the evening hours won't really impact the daytime hours. I'm right actually on the train tracks, directly on the tracks. So for most part, and again, as they've said, in terms of train impact, we've all learned ways to get around, and there are several currently. I do hope that as this, if this does move forward, that there will be other improvements, including pedestrian overpasses for the trains themselves. Although I don't see that as the responsibility of the developers at this time, I do think that it is in the interest of the city, and it would be nice to get UP to come to the table and be a part of that discussion as well, which is not easy either. But there are some improvements that could be made right now to both the Morrison and the Hawthorne viaducts that would help in that right now, that actually could sit within the county and the county's purview at this moment, because the Morrison Bridge overpass is needing help at the moment, and it only has stairway access. It doesn't have rolling access. So it is a concern, but a nighttime user is, in my opinion, the perfect user for the district.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sydney Mead, Preston Green, and Mike Thelm. Sydney.
Yeah. Should I just go ahead and start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sydney Mead. I'm the Senior Director of Downtown Programs for the Portland Metro Chamber. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm here to oppose the appeal and support the hearing officer's designation vote. I'm here to support this project. This project represents an important economic opportunity for the revitalization of this area. It's also a significant opportunity for the whole city. This venue, with a capacity of 3,000 to 5,000, fills a gap in Portland's entertainment market that currently lacks a mid-size indoor venue. I was in a meeting with Travel Portland this morning, and they are estimating the recent Foo Fighters concert at Providence Park, a Live Nation concert, resulted in roughly about 7,000 room nights for the city. Having an indoor venue that can host these concerts all year round and the economic boost that it gives the whole city is something that this city really needs right now. I'm excited to be at this point of the development. What set this project apart is that it requires no taxpayer dollars. Live Nation is making a private investment in our community and the applicants as well. This investment will generate jobs from construction to permanent positions in venue operations, hospitality, and event support. All this said, the project is bigger than one music venue. It's about sending the message that Portland is a vibrant place for business, and then we're seeking partnerships with both developers and investors who are likewise looking to invest in Portland's future. Supporting this project is about choosing economic growth, job creation, and a brighter future for Portland's most iconic districts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm Preston Green, representing OMSI, Oregon Museum of Science and Industry. Thank you all for your time today. We are here to advocate for the denial of the appeal and for the application of the decision that was previously made. I'm going to talk really about the public benefit and the neighborhood benefit. And as you've heard before me, the supporters of the Eastside Economic Venue are neighborhood supporters. Everybody that you've heard from pretty much is within the neighborhood that works within the neighborhood. OMSI averages about 3,000 visitors a day. We often have many more visitors than that. This past weekend, we held over 12,000 visitors for a community science event. So the overall impact of 3,500 people coming into the Central East Side is something that happens every day. It's something that OMSI experiences on a daily basis, and sometimes that ebbs and flows to much larger scale people within the venue. When I look at the public benefit and our organization looks at the public benefit, we look at the neighborhood impact. What is the effect to security? What is the effect to activity within the neighborhood? What is the economic impact? What is the impact to the transportation network? And we've had the opportunity to be privileged to view this project for the last year. We've participated in traffic studies. We've sat at meetings that Prosper has hosted. We've sat with both sides of the table and listened and heard from really everybody within the interested parties that speak today. And we really feel that this activation within the city is really important to enhance security within the Central East Side. The transportation network that the Beam and Colas team has worked with PBOT over the last year and their traffic engineers is something that also supports the OMSI district network that PBOT and the city council here have worked tirelessly on over the past close to 8 to 10 years. So this is really, you start to look at the original intent of why did Prosper and the city of Portland purchase that land? And it was really to bring people, to activate the area, to support economic development. And this is, when I look at it from afar, this is the exact intent of why you purchased that site. And OMSI sees this as a future development that supports OMSI, supports the region, and we strongly advocate the denial of the appeal.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike Phelan. I run a consulting firm called Bolted Consulting. Also have been active in live events for years here in Europe. And for 10 years, we produced the Feast Portland event, a culinary festival here in Portland. For years, I've followed the need for a medium-sized music venue and watched it all fall short year after year. I personally remember multiple attempts, including one in 27 with Jonathan's dad, Brad Molson, and Randy Rappaport in that neighborhood, and another a few years later at the Burnside Bridgehead. Neither happened. Now we have two reputable local developers paired with a well-resourced national partner who have complied with all land use regulations and are requesting no subsidy, ready to put shovels in the ground. Why would we block them? Citywide, from an economic development perspective, a 3,500-person venue located across the river from downtown Portland is a massive win. This benefits hotels, restaurants, and small businesses, all of which we know have been struggling since 2020. Plus, this project adds vitality to a blighted neighborhood. And I know this personally. For 12 years, my business was headquartered in the Central East Side in a building owned by Jonathan's family. I chose not to renew my lease in 22, in part due to the deteriorating neighborhood conditions. I would love to be back in the Central East Side, and I know I speak for many when I say this project would give me the confidence to return to the neighborhood. It would also catalyze other opportunities as well. I do respect many of those who oppose this venue, but I don't believe this dialogue reflects the full picture. The controversy, unfortunately, has been inaccurately framed as a zero-sum game with only winners and losers, rather than focusing how this venue will benefit both the city and the people who live and visit here. Plus, the arguments seem emotional, but without the data to support how Live Nation venues have actually destroyed music culture in other cities. I happen to own a 10,000-person independent food and music festival in Austin, Texas, a city where Live Nation books multiple venues following their 2014 acquisition of the local promoter C3. In Austin, we book bands at my partner's venue, the 1,400-person Mohawk, as well as other venues, including Anton's, which happens to be a Live Nation venue. Competition definitely has required a lot of negotiation and engagement, but my partners in Austin have said that Live Nation can also be a reasonable partner too, if engaged. But good outcomes only happen when everyone is committed to working together, and people close to this project with leverage need to make sure that happens. Also fair to note, Live Nation's already in this market and has been booking venues here for years. As the city grows, there'll be more situations like this, not fewer. That's why we need to adopt a more strategic and realistic approach rather than reflexively just saying no to everything, especially at a time when the city is struggling. Opposing this venue, I believe, sends the wrong message. We're a big city with big city problems. We need to move on from our culture of no. Thank you.
Caroline Holcomb, James Posey, Art Fortuna.
James already spoke.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello.
You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Caroline Holcomb, Executive Director of the Central East Side Industrial Council. I am here today to oppose the land use appeal, the hearing officer's previous decision. I am here to speak to public benefit, and my comments today will represent our mission, which is to advocate for the business interests of our members, many of whom you have heard from today, in pursuit of creating a more economically vibrant district. As you know, the Central East Side is home to over 1,300 businesses. We have approximately 22,000 employees. We have become a focal point for innovation, arts, and culture. The proposed venue will fortify the district's distinctive food, beverage, and retail scene and foster a more vibrant, prosperous, and harmonious business environment. As you've heard, the venue will fill a vital gap in Portland's entertainment infrastructure, adding a flexible space to host 125 annual events, which is 0.6 miles from Portland's living room. The Central East Side Music Venue will serve as a catalyst for growth by aligning the numerous efforts, some of which you've already heard about, that have cast a vision for the Water Ave corridor. The proposed site abuts a long vacant property, which has created significant challenges at tremendous cost to our organization, our enhanced service district, local businesses, and our bureau partners, as you know. The transformation of this vacant lot will invigorate the surrounding area, supporting business resiliency by improving the daytime economy and aiding in the evolution of nighttime activity. The venue placement aligns with Governor Kotek's Central City Task Force recommendations for revitalizing the city core, particularly through job creation, which this project has promised to do, public safety improvements, and community activation. These are principles central to the CEIC's mission of building a vibrant community. We have appreciated Beam Development and Coalesce Developments Group's prioritization of meaningful dialogue with local stakeholders. We believe that this recognizes that for a project of this scale to succeed, it has to prioritize the community voice. They have also partnered with Prosper Portland, as you've heard on multiple testimonies, by holding multiple community roundtables, and the CEIC has been a part of each of those. These have provided a forum for residents, business owners, and cultural leaders to share their thoughts, ask questions, and provide feedback. We believe that this level of engagement demonstrates a thoughtful and inclusive approach to this project. It ensures the Central East Side broader vision. We have partnered with the CEIC has partnered with Beam and Coalesce through our land use and transportation parking and advisory committees, which have provided essential feedback to the developers on integrating the venue into the existing urban environment while protecting the industrial character of the district and adding value. Our support for the music venue cannot be over. The East Side Music Venue will be a transformative addition to the Portland Central City, driving economic growth, enhancing safety, and increasing our vitality by attracting local and regional visitors to our businesses and public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Art Fortuna, and Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. I own a business called Vibrant Table Catering and Events. We also own a building in the Central East Side, which is at 2010 Southeast 8th Avenue. It's a venue. It has a 5,000 square foot ballroom as well as our production center and our offices. I've been in the hospitality business in Portland for more than 40 years. I've done all different things in the city, and from running a fine dining restaurant to managing the convention center, food and beverage for a large international company called Aramark. This opportunity that we have here for the East Side, I think, is really unparalleled. It's all the things that are coming together in a way that I think is really important at this time in the city. I'm also the president of the Central East Side Industrial Council this year, so I've been involved in a lot of this discussion, and I think many have spoken already and much more articulate. In fact, I've made a few notes, and I want to keep this tight and brief because you guys have had a long day. I think it's a project that has got the great partners that are representing the community in a very significant way. The venue is needed. Obviously, there's demand here in the city that even though there's many who are concerned about it, I think it's going to bring, if you look at the attendance at concerts, the concert that was at PGE Park was 20,000 people. There's obviously a lot of people in this community that want to see more live music and the kind of venue that this would give you the opportunity. The fact that the city needs good news right now, we've seen a lot of vacancies happening in our city that are people being driven out of the city. We need to find ways, and we've got an outside corporation that's willing to come in and invest in this city without any money being asked for from the local community in tax benefits or any other. I think that's a huge, huge win. So it comes down to me is you have to honor the system. They've met all the criteria that they've been asked to do, got all the systems in place and proving. It's clearly a demand in the community for it, and it's going to have a major impact in the city. Many years ago, I served on a committee, and we talked about where is the center of the city. The Broadway was always perceived as the center of this Portland, but really the center of the Portland is the river. And we represent the middle, we're right there next to the river. And this is really important at this side of the city. The blighted area, the empty lots of gravel need to be replaced with an important venue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you both.
Winta Johannes, Marnie Smith, and Loretta Smith.
Welcome. Loretta, why don't you go ahead and start for us, please?
Perfect. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Loretta Smith. I'm here as an NAACP member and the president and CEO of Dream Big Communications, LLC. And like James, I was thinking, I had all these talking points that I wanted to say, but I was thinking about the last time I went to a concert. The last two concerts that I attended, I flew to Las Vegas, and I went to go see Bobby Brown and New Edition and Anita Baker, right? They don't come to Portland. You have to be really, really big, like Beyonce, who has a crossover audience to get a Black act that you want to see, or you have to go to Seattle, Vegas, or LA. It's cheaper to go to Las Vegas. But for me, I was looking at this, and I am in opposition of this appeal. I support Jonathan and Andrew. Beam and Colas, they do good work. I've been watching them over the years. I've been watching Andrew ever since him and my son went to high school at Lincoln High School. So I've been watching this kid. He's been doing amazing stuff for this community. And not to mention all the things that he has to go through as a Black businessman. He's very well respected. In addition to Jonathan, they're very well respected. They do stuff in the community. They care about the community. And then someone asked me, they said, well, why would you go and do this? I was like, look, we had a 35% vacancy rate. They originally were going to do a maker's space or office leasing. They had to change their book of business. They had to do a new business model to make sure that this fit. And everybody knows that people are leaving Portland. They're leaving the inner core. We need people who are going to stay here and they're going to fight. I'm glad that they're here. I'm glad that I'll have an opportunity to talk about what is the public benefit. And when we talk about public benefit for who or whom? I have lots of family members in the music industry. They would love this to come online right now. We're going to have folks who are going to be able to open for folks, to close for folks. We're going to have folks who are going to go to restaurants and dance and think about things that they haven't thought about before in the future. So I think when people come here, it's not just about one public benefit for one particular group of people. We have to think about everybody. And I want this venue to open. I want to be able to come and see Anita Baker, Bobby Brown, New Edition, Boys to Men. I want to see all of that right here. I'm for it. So please, please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marnie Smith online.
Welcome. Marnie.
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear, and we see you.
Oh, great. My name is Marnie. I'm the general manager and one of the owners of the Hayden Homes Amphitheater, as well as managing partner for the larger Old Mill District in Bend, Oregon. We are wrapping up the final shows of our 4th season with Live Nation as our partner in the venue. Prior to our recent partnership, we averaged 10 concerts per season at the amphitheater. The venue functioned as a loss leader to get people to come down to the greater Old Mill District shopping and dining area. And to be the highest and best use for riverfront property and for our partnership, the venue needed to be economically independent and stand on its own. After an RFP process, we selected Live Nation as our partner. The critical mass of concerts we now host at the venue has allowed us to provide over 800 full and part-time jobs in Central Oregon. In the past 4 years, we've donated over $75,000 to local high schools that have students who work on our green team who have helped us achieve an 88% waste diversion rate. We've also been able to support numerous community organizations with both cash and in-kind donations like Bend Pride, Deschutes River Conservancy, Central Oregon Community College, local food banks, music programs for kids, and many more things. In 2023, we, as the Old Mill District, commissioned an economic impact survey through RRC Associates. And that study showed us that the impact of hosting a concert at the amphitheater is $1.5 million spent per concert in the community. That's for hotel rooms, restaurants, souvenirs at local shops, other activities in Central Oregon. And that relates seasonally to a $75 million economic impact from our venue. As a landlord for shops and restaurants across the river, we hear from local businesses who see the direct positive impact of concert nights. Guests come early and stay late to enjoy the district. They come back on non-concert days because they saw something that intrigued them and as they walk to a show. Bend Brewing Company is about 2 miles away from the venue and has told us that on a concert night on a Monday, or if we have a concert on a Monday or Tuesday, it will generate weekend level sales for their restaurant. We've become a major economic driver in Central Oregon because of the quality and the volume of shows at the venue. That same study told us that of the respondents, 58% of them plan to check out music at Silver Moon Brewing, the Tower Theater, the Volcanic Theater, Midtown Ballroom, the Domino Room, General Duffy's. And in addition to the economic impact of the visiting patrons, we also have vendor and community partnerships. We hire catering, police services, recycling and waste management, and spend on average between $65,000 to $80,000 per show in support services with local and regional vendors, which also drives the economy. And on a separate note, Live Nation has been a collaborative partner. They've been thoughtful when it comes to supporting local teams and helping us excel. They've operated open book, they pay attention to detail, and they treat us all with respect. We wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Joe Rogers, Chris Oxley.
Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and start, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Rogers. On behalf of my partner, Bruce Carey, who couldn't be here due to his Parkinson's diagnosis. We have owned many restaurants in this town, including Zephyro, Saucebox, Clark Lewis, which is on Southeast Water Avenue since 2003, 23 Hoyt, and Via Tribunale. At one point, we employed 200 people as small business owners. Many business restaurant owners started with us and have gone on to make Portland what used to be the best restaurant city in the nation. I support the land use application because we support progress and jobs. We have many, many friends who are artists and musicians. We employ them in our small ways, doing jazz nights, hiring for events. Some of our best friends have a band called Pink Martini. Many of you may know them. I am not an authority on Live Nation and don't pretend to be, but I do know a new venue will bring many needed customers to our neighborhood. We have seen the neighborhood at its best, but that is definitely in the past. It's been in decline over recent years due to crime, theft, drug use, camping, and a pervasive feeling of a lack of security. The decimation of downtown has been creeping into Southeast and affecting our business in a big way. Our restaurant has been broken into, our work truck vandalized, windows broken, mail stolen. It even affects our ability to control labor dollars because we must keep 2 people on the clock until we lock the doors so that they can chaperone each other to their cars or public transportation. We have survived a city-backed homeless camp, and now many campers remain who make the neighborhood less desirable for anyone who considers visiting us. Citizens are fearful to come downtown and to this close Southeast industrial area. Even in the last couple days, our business has been severely affected by the news of a recent shooting. We need good reasons for people to visit our neighborhood. OMSI is a great one, but it's not enough and is more of a daytime draw. We are a dinner establishment. A music venue would greatly help the restaurants in the neighborhood and help displace the crime, camping, and drug use issues. Where there's light and activity, there is less crime. It's why they're hanging lights in the downtown parks. I lost 2 businesses downtown due to this very issue, one by Voodoo Donuts called Via Tribunale and another called Saucebox that was open for 25 years. I don't know how the other restaurants make it, but I've had to market my restaurant as a destination event space basically to make up for the lack of foot traffic. The suburbs are booming and the city is dying. Please don't turn away progress. We need support in our neighborhood and to show our citizens the city is coming back with bold new business.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of council. Thank you for your time and attention to this issue on both sides of the argument today. It's been appreciated and noticed. I'm Chris Oxley, coming to you today as a Portlander and a citizen, but as somebody who's spent his entire professional life in the live events industry, sports, arts, and music. Much of that time at the intersection, as you know, of government and venues. Over my career, I've seen upwards of 50 million people come through the doors of the venues in which I've operated. I look across Portland and the portfolio of venues that we have now, and there's new infrastructure and revitalized infrastructure desperately needed. These events, these provide not just event opportunities, but as you know, placemaking opportunities as well, and this type of investment would certainly further that. I can affirm for you that this type and size of venue in Portland is desperately needed. You've heard that probably on both sides of the argument, but from somebody who's been in this business for 30 years, I can affirm that to you. What benefit comes now is that you've got private parties willing to come up to the table and build a venue that is desperately needed within this community. This isn't just a how do we revitalize Portland conversation. This was a venue that was necessary to build when Portland was at its top. And so do it for the right reasons in terms of what Portland and the Central East Side can need, but also do it because it's the right thing to do from a venues perspective and events perspective. I enthusiastically support the project. I appeal to you to uphold the conditional use permit. Do live events have impact to their surrounding areas? Of course they do, certainly. And there's things that are going to happen from a mitigation perspective in the pre-development side, as well as from an operating side. If I were to choose partners in a development project, they would look like Andrew, and they would look like Jonathan. I can affirm for you that this is the right development team with the right plans, and I guess I would close with the perspective that live events and the live event industry for many, many years was taken for granted. Statewide, citywide, the venues always have needed that level of help. We've opened the eyes to the city. I think the city has responded incredibly well in their recent focus in the live events industry and what it can mean for a thriving community and a thriving downtown. I think altogether, not just from a development perspective, but the city can play an amazing partnership role in getting this done, getting it done for Portland. Defeat and delay are not just acceptable anymore. So I urge you to uphold the.
Thank you.
That completes testimony, Mayor.
All right, very good. Thank you, everyone. This concludes the public participation portion of this on-the-record hearing. It's time for council discussion. At this point, colleagues, I would ask if there are questions or discussion points that you'd like to raise.
And before council begins deliberation, because it is an on-the-record hearing, I'd like, Andy has been keeping track of anything that's been submitted into the record that's new evidence. If he can just read that list, and council, we can get a head nods to reject that evidence.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So these are things that were mentioned that I think were new issues or new evidence that the hearings officer did not have at his disposal for his decision. So the first one was the Prosper Portland hearing last night and the decision that they made, discussions around that, including any concessions agreed to by the applicant in that process last night. There was discussion about prior attempts to build mid-sized concert venues in the city, which I don't remember seeing in the hearings officer's record. The current project at the Lloyd Center, the proposal at Lloyd Center, I believe was in the hearings officer's record, but the other ones that were brought up I don't think were. There were comments about impacts, both positive and negative, from a recent Live Nation sponsored event at Providence Park. I don't believe that was in the record. Any discussion of federal enforcement actions or new news about that process that are since the hearings officer's decision, or the close of the record rather, in July, end of July, would be new evidence. There was comments about things that happened 48 hours ago, that would be new. There were comments about things that have happened since the hearings officer's hearing. There was allegations of bullying, there was discussions of firebombing. These are things obviously that were not in the hearings officer's record because they took place after. There was comments about the experience of Bend, Oregon with Live Nation. There were both positive and negative comments about that, but I think those are new evidence. And the experience in Austin, Texas, I believe was new evidence as well.
Very good, thank you. And I'm sorry, there was one more piece to the hearing that's very important that we don't want to forget, and that is the rebuttal by the appellant. Thank you for that summary, we appreciate it. If you'd like it, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, my name is Carrie Richter, and you know, all of this testimony and these passion pleas, you never want a land use lawyer to bring up the caboose, right? Because here we go, back into the dry, boring land use criteria. So I'm going to quickly talk about public benefit, and I'm going to talk about, I provided a memo to the city council on Tuesday, and I'm going to read a portion of that memo to you. LUBA has, on one occasion, considered public benefit criteria and set forth in the conditional use permit process in the city of Portland. In Belushi versus City of Portland, petitioners challenged the public benefit of removing a previously imposed condition of approval requiring removal of the tower, of a cell tower, on a certain date. The public benefit that the city identified was additional co-location capacity made possible by retaining the existing tower. Petitioners argued that the need for high-powered transmission antennas in the future was entirely speculative and pursued only for future private economic gain. LUBA disagreed, affirming the city's decision, noting the, quote, undefined and subjective nature of the criterion. This case proves the city that the public benefits obligation is broad and not restricted to the evaluation of traditional nuisance impacts like noise, dust, and traffic. The city has a practice of not requiring absolute certainty for expected benefits because it wasn't clear in this case whether or not this private owner would benefit. Number 3, the benefit and impact analysis need not be constrained to the immediate surrounding areas. Again, it was the private owner that would benefit and the community that would benefit from co-location of the existing tower. And 4, given the undefined and subjective nature of the criterion, the city council has broad discretion in how to use these criteria, and LUBA will likely defer to the council's decision on this question. It is up to the council to interpret the criteria. It is not up to the hearings officer. You implement the code. You say what it means. The policy that the applicant continually restates is ensure that the potentially large size and impacts of uses are not harmful to surrounding areas. You haven't talked about what surrounding areas means. This is a 3,500 person venue. The surrounding area from an economic impact will be huge. It will be the boon for this area or its destruction. Second thing I want to point out, the policy for the industrial area is set forth in the city's industrial sanctuary plan, and it says non-industrial uses are significantly restricted to facilitate freight mobility, retain market feasibility for industrial developments, prevent land use conflicts, reduce human exposure to freight traffic, and potential air quality, noise, and pedestrian traffic impacts. With the final minute and 45 seconds, I want to point out that that the opponents did submit a traffic analysis into the record. It is in the record at EX 41. The hearings officer made no mention of it. I also want to point out what the PBOT staff said about the traffic impacts. The train impacts. They said, the subject site does not abut the railroad right-of-way. Therefore, improvements such as improved crossing is not required of the applicant or project. They didn't study it. They said, under the code, it's not adjacent, so it doesn't matter. That would be an appropriate answer if we were talking about a permitted use, a use permitted outright in the zone. Permitted uses, we have built the infrastructure as the city to provide the use. So in a commercial zone, we allow commercial activities because we have built the infrastructure needed to support the use. So we don't have to analyze that question. This area is an industrial zone. It hasn't been built with the amenities necessary to support a commercial use like this, and we're not even conditioning this applicant to provide them. They don't have to provide lights. They don't have to provide ADA accessibility. They don't have to provide train crossing data or an overpass. They haven't even studied it. You wouldn't let any other commercial developer away with that. A movie theater, a shopping mall. You had the testimony from the old mill, which was all new, by the way. That testimony was that it has been a fabulous success. You know why it's a fabulous success? Because the city helped build all the infrastructure that the old mill needs so that those concert venue goers can come and go safely. They have sidewalks. They have parking lots. They have all kinds of amenities, and there are not conditions here that demand the same from this applicant. You have to apply the criteria equally. Use your discretion to interpret the criteria with respect to public benefit and weigh all the testimony that has been submitted in the record because it has been voluminous. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have. If not, I hope that you will uphold the appeal and deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'll have questions. I'm not really sure if they're for the appellant. Maybe for our
Okay,
counsel.
why don't we have staff come up, and then if it turns out that your perspective can be helpful, we will certainly
Happy to offer
ask for it. Thank you very much. Why don't we have, well, let's start with the questions and see where we go.
Well, I guess a threshold matter, I'm trying to understand in the record, the current OMSI plan and transportation infrastructure planned as a part of the OMSI plan, to what extent that was in the record as we're talking about the transportation impacts here?
Yeah, Andy, why don't you come up?
Could you reintroduce yourself for the record, please?
Sure. I'm Andy Galizia, the planner with Portland Permitting and Development. There was documentation about OMSI's operations in the record. There's thousands of pages in the record, and I don't remember offhand all the details that were in there, but there was information about OMSI as a use that's on the same side of the railroad tracks. And there's a letter from OMSI as well, and they spoke today.
Let me rephrase the question. So, you know, we are looking at a major redevelopment in that area, and I'm broadly calling that the OMSI plan. I'm not talking specifically about their current property, but the whole region. That includes some pretty substantial transportation investment and infrastructure investment that would imply a very different infrastructure and transportation reality than what exists today. And what I'm trying to determine is to what extent was that on the record, in the record for this particular matter.
I do not believe that those details for transportation improvements related to the OMSI master plan were in the record.
Is that something that PBOT would have reviewed and can speak to, or?
PBOT may,
Would
they
that
would have
have been
reviewed their, yeah, and the person from PBOT that reviewed this is on the Zoom. Maybe we could ask him if he remembers anything different. I don't believe that was on the record, but maybe Michael would be able to speak to that.
Hi, everyone. Again, Michael Pena, Transportation PP&D. From my recollection of the TIS, the OMSI, there was information gathered in terms of mode splits that were referenced from the OMSI master plan. I don't believe there was any other information of the logistics and infrastructure investments, both public or private, as far as for this development. But they did reference bicycle trips and those sort of data gathering from OMSI's plan to support this project.
So if I understand that correctly, you're saying that it contemplated a potential different future module split than exists today that is reflective of OMSI's plans? I'm just wondering, trying to level sort what you're saying there.
No, I just think they used some of the data points to help support the data collection in terms of gathering an anticipated demand, the mode split travel based on what OMSI's transportation analysis gathered. So in this record for this one, they never, from my recollection, talked about anything other about OMSI or the future build out or any of that other than just for the data points.
Okay, so then the related question is, can you just give us a high level, the mitigation plan that was a part of this approval with respect to transportation?
So they are required to do frontage improvements abutting the site. On all three frontages, there's 2 intersections that will be improved. There will be requirements for ADA accessible ramps, street lighting, street trees, any other sort of kind of infrastructure frontage improvements we do with any other sort of development that triggers the 2 thresholds that we have. They're not required, I think, as the other person said, to do off-site mitigation. Again, we have that same sort of standard with any sort of development that typically it's tied to the site that they're developing.
Okay, so that's a typical approach that you're looking at what's adjacent and okay. I think I'm good in this area for now.
Great. I have a question, and it's something that was, I think, hotly disputed, and that gets to the question of use versus user. Can somebody give this council guidance on that, the difference between the two and what the standard is?
I can take a stab at it. I think there's not a clear division there in the code. I think city attorney said, we typically look at use and not user, and that's true. That's how we've typically done land use reviews. Kind of the scale of the building, what kind of operations are going to be in there, rather than the specific business practices of the tenant that aren't related to what's happening inside, directly related to what's happening inside the building. The appellant's attorney said you have discretion to interpret that a different way. I think that's true, but that is how land use reviews have generally been done, is to think about the use as scale, impacts on transportation, impacts on neighbors, direct neighbors, rather than the whole city. And that's consistent with how the hearings officer looked at this one.
All right, let me give you sort of a hypothetical that was running through my mind as I was listening to testimony. So there were some who testified that we have the discretion, and you suggest we have some degree of discretion. And I can see benefits to government using its discretion. I can also see some significant negatives to government using its discretion. So a couple of hypotheticals. Number one, somebody wants to build a house, and you look at the zoning, you look at the approvals process, you look at whether it is appropriate to use a house, but you like this guy and you don't like that guy. Would anybody suggest we would use our discretion because we don't like a particular person or a particular user of that house? Would that be a justifiable standard for government to uphold? I don't think it would be.
I don't think so either, and that's not how we administer the zoning code.
Okay, and then some people might say, well, that's a spurious example. It's a house. There are corporations that do business in this city. Some I like, some I don't like very much. Some are very good corporate community partners. Some are lousy. And I can think of examples in healthcare. I can think of examples in the grocery business. I can think of examples in social media. I can think of examples in modern technology around transportation, where we as a government look at the standards as opposed to the specific operators. And I'm wondering what kind of, when we're talking about and again, the appeal that was brought to us isn't a broad question, it's narrow. It was brought as a land use challenge. And the question is, did the hearings officer appropriately evaluate these 3 areas that were identified in a slide? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like they covered their bases. Now, that's not to say there aren't other things that people are suggesting should have been considered that weren't. But I'm struggling to figure out why we would want to give government broad latitude and broad discretion between two different individuals or organizations seeking to do exactly the same thing in the same place.
Yeah, I would say that whether the hearings officer appropriately applied the approval criteria isn't for me to say today, but I will say that his decision was in line with the staff recommendation that we presented to him. So we
Okay,
were
and
looking
I
at it the
think there's
same
a
way.
counter argument. I'd love to hear the counter argument as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Richter for the record. The reason why we don't treat house approvals differently is because state law has special laws that protect housing. Very rigorous special laws that are completely discrete to housing. This is a conditional use permit, and the city has a criterion that requires an evaluation of benefits versus impact. So you all have decided that you're going to take this interpretive odyssey on. And I'm going to tell you why I think that, and because I put a lot of thought into this too. What's the difference between a sin business, a business that maybe isn't good for us, a bar, a adult entertainment place, a gun shop? Like, you know, we don't not allow gun shops, right? Or we don't, you know, I mean, there are certainly First Amendment rules, but why, what makes this different than a sin business that we wouldn't want? Or, you know, some people say Walmarts are bad for economies, or Amazon distribution centers, right? Those aren't active and they're bad for small scale commercial. I'm going to tell you what I've come up with. There are criminal charges here. There is illegal activity here. That is what makes this different. You wouldn't let, you know, the Exxon Valdez drivers come drive boats up the Willamette because you know they broke the law. That's what's different in my mind about this. It is up to you to decide, above my pay grade, to decide what's the public benefit. It's you who adopted the standard, it's you who took on that discretion, and it is you who must exercise it.
Well,
Thank you.
I just want to be clear on that last point, though. I mean, are they violating city law, the applicants here, that we are aware of? That they've been tried for something, have they been prosecuted for something in the state of Oregon or the city of Portland?
So I don't think the answer to that question straight on is no. The applicant is saying there's an economic benefit.
And why that's so important, right? It's one thing when we're talking about someone who has been tried and is found guilty of something, is entirely different when we're talking about someone who is presumed innocent until prosecuted. And that's both on a national scale and on a local scale. I don't think we can deny land use decisions because someone is being investigated for something. I don't think that can never be a sufficient basis for a whole host of reasons, including their constitutional right to fair trial and that, you know, and the presumption of innocence. And that's why I'm pausing you there. I'm not saying that is an irrelevant consideration from a public policy perspective, the behaviors of what some people do, but the presumption that there is not a public benefit for their use because someone is alleging they're violating the law. That cannot be the standard.
I appreciate that they have not been found guilty. I appreciate the distinction that you're making there, but the applicant has said that there is an economic benefit to this use. That is, they've done a whole Johnson economic study about it. And what we have challenged is that economic benefit and what that does to the music industry. And you may decide that the public benefit of fixing up the Central East Side outweighs the impact to the music industry. You may decide that, and that is within your discretion to do that. But I would purport to you that that economic impact, because the applicant has made it part of this benefits analysis, makes the impact it will have to my clients and all of the the musicians that testified today is just as relevant, because that if you're going to make a decision on economics, that's part of it.
Can I just follow up
At some point,
piece here?
if we're
So-
going to keep asking
Yep.
questions
Yeah,
to the appellant, I'd like an opportunity to respond to those as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
You know, we heard some testimony about the risk of life when we're talking about the railroad crossing. And it's, I mean, I know this area well. I understand the point. We've had a lot of homicides in that area. And how dark it is, the lack of economic activity, the lack of what we call social effervescence in that area. Is that, from your vantage point, a relevant thing for us to consider when we're talking about public benefit? What exists there today in that, both on that property, adjacent property, the immediate vicinity, which does include a lot of crime, which does include a lot of really sad behaviors. Is that relevant from your vantage point when we talk about public benefit?
I think it absolutely is relevant, but I think you have to ask yourself if the infrastructure is there to have this flourish. You can't set a use like this in an industrial zone where the infrastructure isn't there to support it. And I would also suggest that the Central East Side needs a win, but this is not it. The reason why it's sat vacant for a long time might be because the city hasn't made the investment in the infrastructure so that the economic industry can flourish. The sidewalks aren't there. The transit isn't there. So we can't, so yes, I think absolutely the answer to your question is it can be considered.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'd like to just point out a couple things, add a little bit of facts to the dialogue. We're talking about the infrastructure for the site. We're talking about sidewalks. We're here presenting and proposing a substantial privately funded investment in the infrastructure. Yes, these are vacant lots. The sidewalks are not to city standards. But after, if we're fortunate enough to get this venue approved and to build it, they will be built to city standards. The pedestrian corridors will be expanded. I believe that Appellant's case is that those improvements should somehow be required throughout the district on the back of this one development. I think we know why that's not practical. I think we know why that's not constitutional. The discussion about why are there no requirements for improvements to train crossings, that's a jurisdictional one, but it's not in the city's jurisdiction. If you wanted to today to tell us to go improve a train crossing, we couldn't do it. Okay, so those train crossings, and there's a safety analysis demonstrating what the build-out impact would be to train crossing safety. That's in the record, and it is well within acceptable limits. I believe the way to describe that is the build and no build scenarios with the project happening or not. The way that the engineers articulated it is the margin of error where you start needing to look at what are improvements and getting into discussions with railroad operators and under the engineering manuals that control these things. It's 0.5, we're at 0.0002. So we are having a conversation that's not focused on the facts in the record. We have, before we came here on appeal, created a very thorough record. The other side has not responded to those with facts. The other side has responded to those with arguments. The hearings officer noted as much. They noted that we had expert evidence in the record and that the transportation-related arguments presented by project opponents were largely based on inference an argument. I'd
Great.
also like to just clarify one other thing.
Sure, go ahead.
A couple of presenters have leaned really hard into the criminality argument. There are no criminal charges, it's civil. And, you know, I think to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, right, like we have federal courts for a reason. Those charges are being vigorously denied and defended by Live Nation. However that plays out over however much time, the venue will still operate consistent with federal law, and whatever any federal judge says is what Live Nation should do. And, you know, however that goes, we don't actually know, nor do we think that your land use code is requiring you to kind of handicap that or figure it out or make your decision based on the existence of that proceeding.
Commissioner Mapps.
I'll pause right now.
Question. So related to the conversation you just mentioned, it matters who the applicant is here from your perspective. The applicant is Colas and Beam, is that correct?
Correct. That is the applicant.
Okay. And so this question is about the applicant from your perspective, not the user. Is that correct?
The application of the what we're calling the benefit standard, that weighing of benefits
is a land use question, and the hearings officer approval of this application from the applicant.
Yeah.
The applicant is Beam and Colas, correct?
Applicant or Beam and Colas, from my perspective, that is important because that's who my clients are, not Live Nation. I think to put a finer point on, I think the distinction and where I'd draw the line, and going back again to what is the actual language of the code. It asks you whether or not public benefit outweighs any impacts that are not mitigated. The hearings officer found that there are no impacts that are not mitigated. What we're really talking about is impacts, not a broad concept of what is public benefit or not whether or not Prosper Portland commissioned an economic study about whether or not this venue is, because the Johnson economic study that we're talking about was commissioned by Prosper Portland. It's a good study, but it doesn't open the door to all manner of forward-looking arguments about impacts that have nothing to do with the venue. What I would point you to is the purpose language that talks about impacts to the local area, impacts to the transportation system, and I would say that's what we're dealing with. Another very bright line, I think one that rises to constitutional level, is are these impacts flowing from the development that is proposed here today? There's a whole lot of arguments about future business practices and what will live in contracts for musical tours that don't exist yet. I don't know how that can be brought to bear and have a nexus to what we're actually doing here today with proposing this venue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Perhaps did you have some?
Yeah, since we got both of you up here. Ms. Richter, I think one of the things I've heard you say today is that this is just the wrong project in the wrong place. There's just no way to throw up 3,000, an auditorium for 3,000 people and have it work in the neighborhood because of the train issues and the public transportation issues and the ADA issues. That's basically correct?
And the 3 intersections that are at high crash ratings and that the applicant's only mitigating for 1.
Okay. Do you have a response to that?
Absolutely. My response is the standards. The standards are the what is supposed to be analyzed in the transportation impact study. That's the level of service currently and in a build scenario. We've looked at that for each of the intersections. The standard is whether the intersections are failing. The standard of high crash is something from the Vision Zero analysis. And a high crash is a threshold that is not actually applicable in the code. It sounds intense when you say high crash.
However, what we're talking about are fender benders and people not stopping fully at stop signs and having situations like that. I don't want to cite the numbers offhand, but we can get you those numbers. And it is not a lot of crashes that over years that get you into that scenario. So we're talking about, a handful of crashes over a handful of years type situation versus, a threshold where if there were only 3 as opposed to 5, we wouldn't be high crash. All that said, the standard is what is the level of service at these intersections? Are they failing? They absolutely are not. And that's why the transportation system has the capacity to support the proposed use.
The factors that the commission is supposed to consider, or council is supposed to consider, include safety, street capacity, level of service, which what he's talking about, connectivity, transit availability, availability of pedestrian and bicycle networks, access restrictions, neighborhood impacts, impacts on pedestrian, bicycle, and transit circulation. So it is not those things. And
Ms. Richter, just to confirm, you're in 215A3A?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make
Yes.
sure I can track.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And table 4 is the summary of collisions that study intersections, and the total collisions is 66 over a 5-year period. Most of those collisions involved pedestrians. So it's not nothing.
I appreciate. Thank you for that clarification. Also, you're a former Peabody guy, so I kind of know these numbers. Or I have a sense of what's happening in this space. I think I'm just trying to make sure that I'm clear on the precise arguments that are before us, and maybe I'll ask one more. Ms. Richter, one of the things that you've expressed concerns about is the specific operator, Live Nation, operating this. Would things be different if a different company was running this venue? Same 3,000 seat theater, but you have a different company without the baggage that is associated with Live Nation.
Yes, but it wouldn't change that this is the wrong place. It wouldn't change that they haven't studied any of the sidewalks beyond their own frontage, and they're not intending to improve them in any way.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a response to that at all? And I don't know if you would.
Yeah, I think we've heard what the thrust of the arguments here today are and what's brought people out. It's opposition to Live Nation. Ms. Richter is doing her job in trying to tie that to the code. However, all of these issues that we're talking about, weighing different factors, what we're talking about is weighing evidence. And it's the evidence in the record. We have a transportation impact study. We have an amendment to that as negotiated with PBOT. We have follow-up memoranda regarding any number of these issues. That is the lion's share of the evidence, and it has not been rebutted in a meaningful way on any kind of point-by-point issue or with actual evidence to the other side. Clearly, opposition has said, they don't agree with that, more should happen, that type of thing. However, they've not actually gone and done the analysis, provided impacts. Note that every conversation talks about what our traffic impact study says. And our traffic impact has been reviewed by PBOT and scoped with PBOT. And, that's how through those numbers, we got to the recommendation of approval.
Thank you very, very much. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I think this is helpful. I had one other question on the scope of public benefit, but I don't.
Sure, let me just put a pin on it. Everyone's tired. And, I think there's one question. Can we stand up a 3,000 seat theater in this neighborhood and make it work? There'll be trade-offs here, but maybe we can mitigate some things. And maybe we can't. And that's one of the questions before us. And then there's, I think, a slightly different question is, if we stood up the same theater, but we have a different owner here, what are we mitigating? And I think in a land use space, at least my understanding, my staff is going to have a heart attack. But I think in a land use situation, in an appeal like this, one of the things we're trying to do is, are we mitigating for the physical world that we're building? That's at least my current understanding of it. And as your kind of infrastructure guy, this is not, this is a space I've revisited before, and we've revisited before. And typically in spaces like this, we're trying to manage traffic and stormwater and sewer and all these sorts of things. I have heard some, I see the headlines, I've heard the testimony. They're very concerning questions about how Live Nation operates as a business. I'm not sure if this is the place to address that. One of the frustrating things here is I don't exactly know where the forum for addressing, Portlanders' skepticisms about Live Nation's business practices are. It feels like there should be a place for that. Kind of feel like it might have been Prosper's board, but I'm not quite sure.
Could I respond to that last question?
Sure.
I mean, I think that's an appropriate question for a future city council. I think that's an appropriate question for the state legislature. If there's behaviors that we believe are predatory by a major operator inside the state, that is 100% the proper domain of the legislative branch of a future city Portland and state legislature. That is if the DOJ process doesn't satisfy the concerns of citizens in our community. I'm not sure it's a land use consideration.
Yeah, so I'll take a stab at this. And first of all, I'm impressed with the legal teams here, and I mean that quite sincerely. And this has been a very good conversation. I think people have raised valid concerns about Live Nation in particular. And as Commissioner Gonzalez has pointed out, they're being adjudicated right now. But I have not heard what I think are sufficient reasons to overturn the hearings officer's determination. I haven't heard that. As I said right off the bat, our scope here is narrow. And so personally, I'm ready for a motion to deny the appeal, but if my colleagues have more questions, let's hear them.
So moved.
Well, okay.
So there is formal language I would like to put forth. I would move that the council tentatively deny the appeal, uphold the decision of the hearings officer, and ask applicant and/or staff to return with revised findings.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Ryan. Any further discussion?
Can I clarify, so we're voting on
Commissioner
your motion?
Gonzalez.
We're not voting on...
This is a tentative vote on my motion.
Yeah.
And the motion would be to deny the appeal.
And just to ground all of us, especially those still watching at home or in the crowds, what would happen after this motion?
So we take a vote unless people want to further discuss it or if people have more questions. I can stick around all night, but frankly, I've heard enough. And I'm ready to make a decision. And then we would vote, and then we would have to come back on a date certain, which Rebecca would identify for us for a final vote.
Okay, thank you.
And just to state it might be obvious to everyone, but the record is closed for public participation. There'll be no additional testimony. Council will make a tentative vote, and then we'll come back for a final vote, but there will be no more opportunities to testify.
That is correct. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Gonzalez.
This property is zoned IG1. Major event entertainment is a conditional use permitted in this zone. 33815-215 sets forth the standards to consider here. I simply do not see failure to comply with those requirements at this juncture, especially when taking into account the mitigation plans articulated. What I do see is local business owners with skin in the game bringing capital to the city, a project to the city that will bring joy, connection, family wage jobs, and economic stimulus to the property, to the neighborhood, and by extension to the city. I see two folks abiding by the rules to do so. I recognize the concerns of the local music industry. I would recommend that you monitor the DOJ process, and if it does not satisfy your concerns, Lobby a future city council and state legislature for appropriate protections. Beyond seeking protections, I would encourage you to engage with local and state government on how to continue to build and foster the local and independent music ecosystem. I just do not see this as a zero-sum game with respect to public benefits. I vote aye on the motion.
Maps.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone who testified today. We had two great legal counsel in the room. I am of the view that the hearings officer got this correct. And for those listening at home, because I'm sure this will be the subject of chatter for the next several days. I think the question before us was, does the building proposal in front of us comply with land use law? I believe it does. Today, I also heard some important and compelling testimony about the business practices of Live Nation. The folks bringing this project forward have raised assurances that they have a path forward where Live Nation can be in Portland and do business in Portland in a way which is consistent with our values. Time will tell in terms of whether or not that works out. I do, however, think it's really important for someone who sits in these chairs as a member of council to fundamentally obey the law. And I think we've heard some arguments here today that have urged us to ignore the law, and I understand why. That's not a good practice. I think it leads to a slippery slope that will not serve us well in the long run as a nation and as a city, which is why I vote aye.
Rubio.
I hear and appreciate what I've heard about the fear of losing that special independence in our music ecosystem. And artists and venues and enthusiasts are a critical part of the city's identity and our fabric. And clearly there are a lot of concerns on the operation side. And again, that isn't related specifically to our decision today. And I'm not deeply familiar with all the aspects of the proposed tenant, like many of the testifiers have noted, and have a lot of depth of study. But clearly their practices are under scrutiny right now elsewhere. I also understand that as of this morning, all related parties in the project put some of their concessions in as commitments in the purchase and sale agreement, which was positive news. My hope is that it will provide the accountability needed to follow through and make sure those happen. What I am more familiar with is how I've seen the applicants, Beam and Colas, operate locally, and also Cargo, Bunk, OMSI, and others who actually are located and operate in that area. The jobs they all bring to working families and their legacy of building opportunities for working people. So I trust how they all know how to do business in our city and what they believe is good for their neighborhood. I also see this project as an upside in our city in terms of local opportunities for investment, including how it contributes to other catalytic development like the OMSI district that we talked about, and also the overall benefit to Portland's east side. And as one of the testifiers stated, we as a city, we need to provide a consistent standard of evaluation for everyone. And in this case, I believe our hearings officer did that. Several testifiers also mentioned that the current state of the neighborhood was not safe, and particularly at night when they're alone. And the reality is that one of the biggest contributors to safety is the presence of having other people around. So from that perspective, I'm really hopeful that the activity generated would make the area look and feel much safer than it is today. And I believe that is a big public benefit. So in regard to the narrow decision criteria for this land use action, I haven't seen or heard anything in the record that suggests to me that the hearings officer erred in the decision. So my vote is aye.
Ryan.
The matter before us is a land use question. This is not a referendum on business practices. Convening as a land use body, we only examine the evidence in the record and whether to uphold or deny the hearing officer's decision. Based on the presentation today and the evidence in the record, I vote to uphold the hearing officer's decision to approve the land use permit. As such, I oppose the appeal. Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The motion to deny the appeal passes 5-0 unanimously. The appeal is tentatively denied. Council clerk and city attorney, do we have a time and date certain for this to come back for a final vote and adoption of findings.
So I believe we have October 2nd, because we are operating under the 120-day clock. Is that enough time for the prevailing party's attorney to prepare findings and return them to staff and myself by, we have to file it with council, so like mid next week, the 25th?
Yes.
You can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that enough time, Andy, for us to then turn it around? Okay, so the October 2nd, is that not what we have? Well, I think the 2nd at 9:45, we'll only have, the mayor can't participate, I think then, but
I cannot participate.
the final vote,
That is correct.
But since
I
it
will
was
be out
5-0.
of town visiting our sister city.
Yeah.
However, if I can participate by phone, I will attempt to do so.
Okay.
But I think you know where my sentiment lies.
yeah, I think that we will be okay even if there's 3 or 4 members, given the tentative vote.
If not, my team knows how to reach me and where I'll be.
Okay, so October 3rd at,
October 2nd
excuse
at
me, October
9:45 a.m.
at 9:45 a.m., time certain for a final vote. And the prevailing party's attorney will prepare updated findings and get them to staff and myself by September 25th.
Okay, so to clarify, this matter returns to council on October 2nd at 9:45 a.m. for adoption of the findings and the final vote. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.